Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. I woke up to the faint light of morning filtering through my curtains. The room still wrapped in the quiet of dawn. My phone was on the floor beside the bed, face down, which struck me as odd. I always placed it on the nightstand before falling asleep, ensuring it was within arm's reach. Puzzled, I reached down, picked it up, and immediately noticed the screen was still on, the battery nearly drained. When I unlocked the phone, I was greeted by my photo gallery, open to a series of images I didn't recognize. My heart skipped a beat as I began scrolling through them. Each picture was taken in the dim light of my bedroom, showing me lying in bed, asleep. The angles were unsettling, as though someone had been standing right next to me, taking the photos from above. A chill ran down my spine as I counted the images. There were over a dozen, each more disturbing than the last. My mind raced, trying to piece together what could have happened. I lived alone, and I had no memory of anyone entering my room. I glanced around the space, the stillness now feeling suffocating. Everything seemed untouched, yet the pictures were undeniable proof that someone had been there. I tried to recall the night before, but nothing out of the ordinary came to mind. I had gone to bed around midnight after scrolling through my phone, setting an alarm for the morning, and locking my bedroom door. I was certain I had secured the house before turning in. The thought that someone could have bypassed those precautions made my stomach churn. I got out of bed and checked the locks on my bedroom door and windows. Everything was as it should be, secure, with no signs of tampering. Yet the photos told a different story. I replayed every sound I might have heard during the night, every shadow I might have seen, but nothing stood out. It was as though whoever had been in my room had come and gone without a trace. I sat on the edge of my bed, clutching my phone, my hands trembling. I opened the phone settings to check the timestamps on the photos. They were taken between 3:15 and 3:30 a.m., a time when I was undoubtedly asleep. The thought of someone standing over me at that hour, watching me, filled me with dread. I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Desperate for answers, I decided to check the security camera app linked to the camera on my front porch. I scrolled through the footage from the night, hoping to see something that could explain the intrusion. But the feed showed nothing unusual. No one had entered through the front door, and there was no movement outside. It was as if whoever had taken the photos had materialized inside the house. I considered calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone had broken in, taken pictures of me, and left without leaving a single piece of evidence. The lack of any physical signs of a break-in made me doubt they'd take me seriously. Still, the thought of staying in the house another night felt unbearable. I spent the day going through every corner of the house, looking for anything that seemed out of place. I checked the closets, under the bed, even the attic, but there was nothing. The sense of violation was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The idea that someone could invade my space so easily and leave no trace was maddening. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in my bedroom. I set up camp on the couch in the living room, keeping the lights on and my phone within reach. Every creak of the house made my heart race. Every gust of wind outside made me jump. I barely slept, my mind replaying the images over and over. The next morning, I decided to show the photos to a friend, hoping for some reassurance or an explanation. Their reaction was one of shock and concern, confirming that I wasn't overreacting. They urged me to call the police, and this time I agreed. I needed to do something, even if it felt futile. When the officers arrived, I explained everything, showing them the photos and describing how I'd found my phone. They inspected the house but found no signs of forced entry or anything unusual. They took my phone as evidence, promising to investigate further, but I could tell they were skeptical. Their reassurances did little to ease my fears. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. I stayed with a friend for a while, unable to face another night alone in the house. The police never found any leads, and the case was eventually closed. The photos remained a mystery, a chilling reminder of a night I couldn't explain. Even after moving to a new place, the experience haunted me. I couldn't sleep without double-checking every lock and keeping a light on. The fear that someone could invade my space so easily never left me. The photos were gone, erased by the police during their investigation, but the memory of them was burned into my mind. To this day, I don't know who took those pictures or how they got into my room. The lack of answers is almost worse than the event itself. It's a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling mysteries are the ones that remain unsolved. Story 2. It had been a quiet evening, the kind where everything seemed to settle into a predictable rhythm. I had just returned home after a long day at work and decided to make a simple dinner. The kitchen filled with the sound of chopping as I sliced vegetables, the rhythmic clinking of the knife against the cutting board oddly soothing. I placed the knife down on the counter when I reached for the pot to boil water, glancing at the neat row of ingredients I had laid out. I turned back moments later, ready to continue, but the knife was gone. At first I thought I might have misplaced it, maybe moved it without realizing. I searched the counter, then the sink, and even the drawer where the knives were kept. But it wasn't there. I frowned, the small kitchen offering few places where it could have disappeared. My mind raced for an explanation, but nothing made sense. I stood there, staring at the empty spot on the counter, unease creeping up my spine. I shook my head, telling myself it was nothing to worry about. Maybe I had absent-mindedly carried it to another part of the kitchen or set it down in a place I wouldn't normally think to check. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I grabbed another knife from the drawer and continued cooking, though my focus was scattered. Every sound in the house seemed louder, every shadow in the corner of my eye more distinct. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the knot in my stomach tightened. By the time dinner was ready, I had mostly convinced myself to forget about the missing knife. I sat down at the table, the aroma of the food doing little to ease my lingering unease. The house was silent, except for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I ate slowly, my thoughts wandering back to the knife. Where could it have gone? I finished my meal and decided to clean up, hoping the routine would distract me from the strange occurrence. As I walked back into the kitchen, I froze. The knife was there, lying on the counter in the exact spot I had first placed it. My heart raced as I stared at it, the room suddenly feeling colder. There was no way I had missed it earlier. I had searched every inch of the counter, checked the sink, even opened the drawers. And yet there it was, as if it had never been gone. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped closer, my eyes fixed on the gleaming blade. That's when I saw the note. A small piece of paper rested beside the knife, the words written in sharp, precise handwriting. "It's time." The words sent a chill down my spine. The simplicity of the message somehow more terrifying than anything elaborate. My mind raced with questions. Who had written it? How had they gotten into my house? And what did it mean? I felt my hands trembling as I picked up the note, the paper feeling unnaturally cold against my fingers. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, my heart pounding in my chest. Everything was secure, just as I had left it. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone else had been in the house. I tried to think rationally, to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it was a prank, though I couldn't imagine it would go to such lengths to scare me. The unease I had felt earlier now bloomed into full-blown fear. I decided to call a friend, someone to talk to and ground me in reality. As I picked up my phone, I realized how quiet the house had become. The usual hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the clock seemed muted, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I dialed the number, but before the call could connect, the line went dead. My phone screen flickered for a moment before shutting off completely. I stared at it in disbelief, the feeling of isolation tightening around me like a vice. I backed away from the counter, my eyes darting around the kitchen. The shadows seemed deeper now, the corners of the room darker than they should have been. I felt as though I was being watched, though there was no one there. The knife remained on the counter, its blade catching the dim light, almost as if it was waiting. The note sat beside it, the words "it's time" burning into my mind. I grabbed a flashlight from a drawer and started checking the house, moving room by room. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows made my heart leap. I checked closets, under the bed, even the attic, but found nothing. The house was empty, yet the oppressive feeling of being watched never left me. By the time I returned to the kitchen, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed. The knife and note were still there, untouched. I sat down at the table, trying to make sense of everything. Was someone trying to send me a message? Or was this some kind of elaborate trick? The words "it's time" echoed in my mind, their meaning elusive yet undeniably threatening. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That a knife had gone missing and reappeared with a cryptic note. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. As the hours passed, I found myself growing more paranoid. Every sound, every flicker of movement in the corner of my eye felt like a threat. I didn't sleep that night, unable to shake the feeling that something or someone was in the house with me. The knife remained on the counter, a silent reminder of the night's events. When morning came, the sunlight streaming through the windows did little to ease my fear. I decided to leave the house for a while, to get some fresh air and clear my head. But as I stepped outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The note and the knife stayed in the back of my mind, their presence a dark shadow over my thoughts. Whatever its time meant, I had a sinking feeling that it wasn't over. Something had started that night, and I had no idea what was coming next. Story 3. I was halfway through my workout at the gym when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, wiping the sweat from my face, and saw a message from my roommate. It read, "You left the front door unlocked again." My stomach dropped as I stared at the text, confused and uneasy. I was sure I had locked the door before leaving, just like I always did. I tried to replay the morning in my head, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I had grabbed my bag, double-checked that the stove was off, and locked the door before heading out. At least I thought I had. The more I thought about it, the more uncertain I became. Maybe I had been in a rush and overlooked it, but something about the text didn't sit right with me. I quickly replied, asking if they were home now. The response came almost immediately. "Yeah, I just got back. Be more careful next time." That should have reassured me, but it didn't. There was something unsettling about the situation. My roommate was never one to complain about little things like that. They'd usually laugh it off or leave a playful note. This felt different, almost distant. I finished my workout, though I couldn't focus. My thoughts kept circling back to the door. By the time I left the gym, the unease had settled into a knot in my stomach. The drive home felt longer than usual, every red light giving me more time to imagine scenarios that made my skin crawl. What if someone had been in the house? What if my roommate hadn't been the one to send that message? The rational part of me dismissed those thoughts, but the fear lingered. When I pulled into the driveway, everything seemed normal. The house stood quiet, its windows darkened against the evening light. I grabbed my bag and headed inside, my heart pounding harder than it should have. As I stepped through the door, I instinctively reached for the lock and turned it. The solid click echoed through the silence, grounding me for a moment. The house was still, too still. I called out for my roommate, but there was no answer. Their car wasn't in the driveway, and their usual shoes weren't by the door. I frowned, pulling out my phone to check the text again. It had definitely come from their number, but now I was second-guessing everything. Maybe they had gone out again after sending it, but why wouldn't they have mentioned that? I walked through the house, checking each room as I went. Everything looked the same as I had left it in the morning. The living room was tidy, the kitchen counters were clear, and my roommate's bedroom door was closed. I knocked softly on the door, but there was no response. I turned the knob and peeked inside, finding the room empty and untouched. The bed was made, and nothing seemed out of place. By now, the knot in my stomach had tightened into a full-blown sense of dread. I decided to call my roommate, hoping they'd pick up and explain everything. The phone rang twice before going to voicemail. I tried again, but it went straight to voicemail this time. That was unusual. They always picked up, or at least sent a quick text if they couldn't talk. My unease deepened. I went back to the front door and checked the lock. It was secure now, but that didn't tell me if it had been unlocked earlier. I scanned the area near the door, looking for any signs that someone might have entered. The doormat was slightly askew, and there was a faint scuff mark on the floor just inside the doorway. It wasn't much, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. I spent the next hour pacing the house, checking the locks on every window and door. I even opened closets and peeked under the beds, half expecting to find someone hiding. Of course, there was no one there, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that something was off, that I was missing something important. As the evening stretched on, I kept trying to reach my roommate. Each unanswered call made me more anxious. Finally, just before midnight, I received another text. It was from their number, but the message was strange. It simply said, "Don't worry about it. Everything's fine." I stared at the screen, my heart racing. The words felt cold, almost robotic. That wasn't how they talked. Something was definitely wrong. I decided to call again, but this time the number was disconnected. Panic surged through me as I stared at the phone, trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? That my roommate had sent me a strange text and wasn't answering their phone. It didn't seem like enough to warrant their involvement, but I couldn't just ignore it either. Sleep was out of the question that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, clutching my phone and listening for any sound that might break the silence. Every creak of the house made me jump, my imagination conjuring images of someone lurking in the shadows. I kept replaying the day's events in my head, searching for clues I might have missed. The next morning, I tried calling my roommate one last time. This time the call went through. They answered on the second ring, sounding groggy but otherwise normal. I immediately asked where they had been and why they hadn't responded to my calls. They seemed confused and told me they hadn't been home the night before. They had stayed at a friend's place and hadn't sent me any messages. My blood ran cold as I listened to their explanation. I asked about the text they had sent, but they insisted they hadn't sent anything. I showed them the messages when they returned home later that day, but they swore they had no idea how they got there. Their phone didn't even show a record of the texts. We both sat in silence, trying to make sense of what had happened. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in the house. The scuff mark near the door, the text messages, and my roommate's confusion all pointed to something I couldn't explain. We changed the locks and installed a security system, but the sense of unease never fully went away. Even now, I can't walk past the front door without glancing at it, half expecting to find it unlocked again. Story 4. For the past week, my living room TV had been turning on by itself in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was just a glitch, or maybe a timer I had accidentally set. I'd wake up to the low hum of static or random channels playing, turn it off, and go back to bed. But as the nights went on, it became more frequent, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. Last night, I decided I'd stay awake to see what was causing it. I set myself up on the couch with a blanket and a mug of coffee, determined to catch whatever was happening in the act. The room was eerily quiet except for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Midnight came and went, and for a while, nothing happened. I started to think maybe it wouldn't happen at all this time. Just as I was about to give up, the TV flickered to life. The sudden burst of light and sound startled me, even though I had been expecting it. It wasn't tuned to any specific channel. Instead, it showed a snowy static screen, the kind you don't see much anymore. I stared at it, waiting for some kind of explanation, but the room remained silent. I glanced at the remote, which was sitting untouched on the coffee table. Then, I noticed something in the reflection of the screen. At first, I thought it was just my own shadow, distorted by the glow of the static. But as I looked closer, I realized it wasn't me. It was the outline of a person, standing still, just behind the couch. My heart began to race as I froze in place, unsure of what to do. The figure didn't move, and neither did I. Summoning every ounce of courage, I turned around to confront whoever or whatever it was. But when I looked, there was nothing there. The space behind the couch was empty, the shadows on the wall undisturbed. I quickly turned back to the TV, but the reflection was gone too. The screen continued to hiss with static, as if mocking me. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I had let my mind play tricks on me. But the uneasy feeling in my chest wouldn't go away. I turned off the TV and sat in silence for a long time, staring at the darkened screen and listening for any sound that didn't belong. The house felt different now, as though I wasn't alone. I eventually forced myself to go to bed, though I didn't sleep much. Every creak of the floorboards and whisper of the wind outside made me jump. I kept thinking about the figure I had seen, about how real it had seemed in the moment. When morning came, I felt a small sense of relief, but it was overshadowed by the dread of what the next night might bring. The following evening, I debated whether I should stay up again. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't happening, but I knew I couldn't. I had to know if it was real, or if I was just imagining things. So once again, I settled onto the couch and waited. This time, I kept the remote in my hand, ready to turn off the TV the moment it turned on. Hours passed and nothing happened. I began to think that maybe the whole thing had been a fluke, a strange coincidence that wouldn't happen again. But just as I started to relax, the TV turned on. The static filled the room once more, casting an eerie glow across the walls. I gripped the remote tightly, my palms sweaty, and stared at the screen. The reflection appeared again, clearer this time. It was definitely a person, standing behind the couch, their outline sharp and distinct against the flickering static. I felt a chill run down my spine as I watched, unable to move. This time, the figure tilted its head, as if it knew I was watching. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt frozen in place. I couldn't bring myself to turn around this time. Instead, I kept my eyes locked on the screen, hoping the figure would just disappear. But it didn't. It stayed there, unmoving, its head still tilted in that unnatural way. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there, but I couldn't. My body refused to cooperate. Finally, I gathered the courage to hit the power button on the remote. The TV went dark, plunging the room into silence. I sat there in the darkness, my heart pounding, straining to hear any sound that might indicate the figure was still there. But there was nothing. Slowly, I turned my head to look behind me, my hands trembling. The room was empty, just like before. But something felt different, as though the air itself had shifted. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I couldn't see anyone. I turned on every light in the house and spent the rest of the night sitting at the kitchen table, unwilling to go back into the living room. The next morning, I called a technician to check the TV, hoping they could find some kind of logical explanation. They inspected it thoroughly but found nothing wrong. According to them, the TV was functioning perfectly, and there was no reason it should be turning on by itself. Their words offered no comfort, only deepening the sense of unease that had settled over me. That night I unplugged the TV entirely, hoping that would put an end to whatever was happening. But as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still there, watching me from the shadows. I avoided the living room for days, too afraid to go near the TV, even though it was no longer plugged in. Eventually, I decided to get rid of the TV altogether. I couldn't bear to have it in the house anymore, not after everything that had happened. But even after it was gone, the uneasy feeling remained. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel like I'm being watched. And every now and then, I catch a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, gone before I can turn to see it. Story 5. My neighbor had mentioned their upcoming vacation weeks ago. They were excited about spending time in a remote cabin, far from the noise of the city. I'd seen them load their car with luggage that morning, and by afternoon the driveway was empty. Their house sat in silence, curtains drawn, just as you'd expect when someone was away. That night I was settling into my usual routine. The glow of my living room lamp was the only light on the block, as most of the neighbors turned in early. As I moved toward the kitchen, I glanced out the window at my neighbor's house. That's when I saw them. They were standing in their upstairs window, facing directly toward me, their silhouette illuminated by a dim light from within. I froze, confused. I was sure they had left earlier that day. Maybe they had forgotten something and returned without me noticing. I waved hesitantly, thinking they might acknowledge me or explain why they were back. But they didn't move. They just stood there, completely still, as if they hadn't even seen me. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the figure. The longer I looked, the more unnatural their posture seemed. Their head was slightly tilted, and their arms hung rigidly by their sides. Something about it felt wrong, like they were frozen in place. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was late and my mind was playing tricks on me. Still, I closed the blinds, unable to shake the unease settling in my chest. The next morning I went outside to check if their car was back in the driveway. It wasn't. The house looked as empty as it had the day before, the curtains drawn tight on every window. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, that maybe I'd seen a shadow or a reflection. But deep down I knew what I had seen. They had been there, watching. As the day passed, I kept an eye on their house, half expecting to see movement or some sign of life. But the house remained eerily quiet. the windows dark and empty. By evening, I was starting to feel foolish. Maybe I really had imagined it. I decided to distract myself with a movie, hoping to push the unsettling image of my neighbor out of my mind. Later that night, curiosity got the better of me. I walked over to the window and peeked through the blinds. At first, everything seemed normal. The house was dark, the way it should have been. But as my eyes adjusted, I noticed the faintest glow coming from the same upstairs window. My heart sank. They were there again, standing in the exact same spot, still staring toward my house. This time I didn't wave. I just stood there, staring back, my pulse racing. Their posture hadn't changed, and they didn't move an inch. It felt like they were waiting for something, though I couldn't imagine what. I backed away from the window, pulling the blinds shut tightly. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone else in the house? Could it be an intruder? Or was it something I couldn't explain? I debated calling the police but hesitated. What would I even say? That I saw my neighbor, who was supposed to be on vacation, standing in their own window. It sounded ridiculous. Instead, I decided to keep my lights on and stay alert. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, I tried to distract myself with errands, but the image of my neighbor's unmoving figure lingered in my mind. When I returned home, I noticed something strange. The mailbox at their house was empty, even though I hadn't seen anyone collect the mail. It was a small detail, but it made my stomach churn. Someone was there. That night, I couldn't bring myself to look out the window. I sat on the couch, pretending to watch TV, but my attention was fixed on the drawn blinds. Every creak of the house and every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. I told myself I was being paranoid, but the unease was impossible to ignore. Eventually, curiosity won out, and I crept back to the window. I lifted the edge of the blinds just enough to peek outside. The glow from the upstairs window was gone, but something else caught my eye. There was a faint flicker of movement in the backyard. My breath caught in my throat as I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was them. My neighbor was outside, standing in the middle of the yard, facing my house. The dim light of the street lamp cast long shadows across the grass, and their figure seemed impossibly still, like a statue. I let the blinds fall shut, my hands trembling. My heart pounded as I tried to process what I had just seen. Why were they out there? What did they want? I didn't sleep that night. Every sound felt amplified, every shadow seemed to shift and move. I kept glancing at the clock, counting down the hours until morning. When the first rays of sunlight finally crept through the blinds, I felt a wave of relief. Surely everything would feel less terrifying in the daylight. But when I looked outside, their yard was empty. No sign of anyone, no footprints in the grass, nothing to suggest they had been there at all. It was as if the night before had been a bad dream. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Days passed, and the house remained quiet. I didn't see the figure in the window again, but the unease never left me. Every time I walked past my own windows, I felt the urge to look, to check if they were there. And every night I locked my doors and closed my blinds, hoping that whatever was happening wouldn't escalate. When my neighbor finally returned from their trip, I mustered up the courage to ask them about the lights in their house. They looked at me, puzzled, and said no one should have been there. They hadn't given a key to anyone, and the house had been locked the entire time they were away. I didn't tell them about the figure I'd seen or the strange feeling that still lingered. Part of me didn't want to know the truth. But even now I can't look at their house without feeling a chill. Something had been there, watching, and I still don't know what or who it was. Story 6. The water was hot, and the steady rhythm of it against the tiles drowned out everything else. I had been looking forward to this shower all day, a chance to relax and let the stress melt away. As the steam filled the bathroom, I thought of nothing but the soothing heat. That was when I heard its soft, deliberate footsteps echoing from the living room. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The sound was faint, barely audible over the shower, but it was there. My apartment was small, and any noise carried easily through the thin walls. I paused, shutting off the water, and stood still, straining to hear. The sound came again, slow, measured steps that sent a chill up my spine. I reached for a towel, my hands trembling slightly as I wrapped it around myself. My heart pounded as I opened the bathroom door just enough to peek out. The apartment was silent now, the kind of silence that feels too heavy, like it's hiding something. I told myself it was probably the upstairs neighbors or someone in the hallway, but the sound had been too close, as if it had come from inside. I stepped out into the hallway, water dripping onto the floor as I moved cautiously toward the living room. The lights were still on, casting long shadows against the walls. Everything looked normal, no sign of forced entry, no open windows or doors. I checked the front door, and it was locked, just as I had left it. I even tugged on it to make sure, but it didn't budge. Trying to calm myself, I went through each room, checking the windows, the closets, even under the bed. There was no one there, no sign that anyone had been. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt different, heavier somehow, as though the walls were closing in around me. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. I returned to the bathroom, determined to finish my shower and put the strange noise out of my mind. But as soon as I turned the water back on, I heard it again. This time the footsteps were closer, moving deliberately down the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I froze, listening. The sound stopped just outside the bathroom door. I stood there, the water running behind me, every muscle in my body tense. The doorknob didn't turn, and there was no knock, but I could feel someone or something on the other side. My heart raced as I debated what to do. Should I call out, open the door, or just stay silent and hope whoever it was would go away? Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I turned off the water and reached for the nearest object I could use as a weapon, a heavy ceramic soap dish. Slowly, I crept toward the door, pressing my ear against it. The footsteps started again, this time moving away, back toward the living room. I waited, my hand hovering over the doorknob, listening to the sound fade into silence. When I finally opened the door, the hallway was empty. The living room lights were still on, casting the same familiar glow over the furniture. I walked through the apartment again, my bare feet making no sound on the floor. Everything was as it should be, locked up tight, undisturbed. But the feeling of being watched lingered, a weight pressing down on me with every step. I sat down on the couch, clutching the towel around me, and tried to make sense of what was happening. Could it have been my imagination? Maybe the sound of the water had distorted something from outside, and I had overreacted. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The footsteps had been real, too deliberate to dismiss. As I sat there, I became acutely aware of every sound around me. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint creak of the walls settling, even the distant traffic outside, all of it seemed louder, sharper. I told myself to calm down, that I was safe. But the feeling of unease refused to go away. I decided to turn on the TV, hoping the noise would drown out my anxiety. Just as I reached for the remote, I heard it again. This time the footsteps were unmistakable, heavy and deliberate, moving through the apartment. My chest tightened as I realized they were coming closer, heading straight for the living room. I jumped to my feet, gripping the soap dish tightly, my eyes darting toward the hallway. The footsteps stopped abruptly, just out of sight. I stood frozen, my pulse pounding in my ears, waiting for something to happen. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours, and then the silence was broken by a faint creak, as if someone was shifting their weight. I couldn't take it anymore. I stepped forward, raising the soap dish, ready to confront whatever was there. The hallway was empty. The light from the living room spilled into the corridor, illuminating every corner, but there was no one there. I checked the bedrooms, the closets, even under the furniture. But it was as if the footsteps had vanished into thin air. My hands shook as I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the couch, every sound making me jump. Sleep was out of the question, and I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. I kept thinking about the footsteps, the way they had followed me through the apartment, and how they had stopped just when I was about to confront them. It felt like a game, one I didn't understand and couldn't win. When morning finally came, the apartment felt different, lighter somehow. The oppressive feeling of being watched had lifted, but I couldn't shake the memory of those footsteps. I searched the apartment one last time, hoping to find some explanation, but there was nothing. Whatever had been there was gone, leaving me with nothing but silence and an uneasiness that would linger for days. Story 7. That morning I was running late for work, rushing to grab my things and head out the door. As I stepped outside, something on the ground caught my eye. It was a small envelope, plain and unmarked, sitting neatly on my doorstep. At first I thought it was some kind of advertisement or a misplaced letter, but when I picked it up it felt different, heavier than paper. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tore the envelope open right there on the porch. Inside was a single photograph, glossy and slightly bent. My stomach dropped when I saw what it was. It was a picture of me, standing in front of my house, taken from what appeared to be across the street. The realization made my blood run cold. Someone had been watching me, and not just casually. They had taken the time to capture this moment and leave it for me to find. I looked around instinctively, scanning the street and the neighboring houses. Everything seemed normal, no cars idling suspiciously, no figures lurking in the shadows. The morning air was quiet, but it suddenly felt suffocating. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what this could mean. Was it some kind of prank, a mistake, or something far more sinister? I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. My hands were trembling as I examined the photo again. It wasn't recent, but it wasn't old either. I recognized the clothes I was wearing, a jacket I had only worn a few days ago. Whoever had taken this picture hadn't done it long ago. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? There was no note, no threat, just a photograph. It wasn't exactly a crime to take someone's picture from a public place, was it? Still, the fact that it had been left on my doorstep felt like a deliberate act. It wasn't random, it was meant for me. The unease stayed with me as I got ready for work. I kept glancing out the windows, half expecting to see someone watching me. My house, which had always been a place of comfort, now felt exposed. Every creak of the floorboards and every shadow outside seemed amplified, as though the world had shifted slightly off balance. When I finally left for work, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced over my shoulder several times as I walked to my car, but the street was as empty as ever. Still, I couldn't ignore the knot of anxiety in my chest. I placed the envelope and the photo in my bag, intending to look at it again later. Maybe there was a clue I had missed, something that would make sense of it all. The day passed in a blur. I found it hard to concentrate, my mind constantly drifting back to the photo. Every time my phone buzzed or someone approached me, I felt a jolt of panic. By the time I got home that evening, I was exhausted but no less on edge. The first thing I did was check the doorstep, half expecting another envelope to be there, but it was empty. Still, the sense of unease lingered. That night, I sat at the kitchen table with the photo in front of me, studying it carefully. There wasn't much to go on, no landmarks or reflections that might hint at who had taken it. The angle suggested it had been taken from a car or possibly a window across the street. I even considered going outside to see if I could find the exact spot where the photo had been taken. But the thought of being out there alone in the dark was too much. I barely slept that night, every sound jolting me awake. The next morning, I hesitated before opening the door, afraid of what I might find. But there was nothing, no envelope, no sign that anyone had been there. For a moment, I let myself believe that maybe it was over, that it had been a one-time thing. But deep down, I knew better. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I started noticing little things: a car parked on the street for hours, a figure walking past my house more than once. It was probably nothing, I told myself, but I couldn't shake the paranoia. Every time I left the house, I felt like I was being followed, even if I couldn't see anyone. Then, a week later, another envelope appeared. This time it was tucked into my mailbox. My hands shook as I opened it, already dreading what I might find. Inside was another photo, this one even more unsettling than the first. It was of me again, but this time it was taken through the window of my living room. The angle was unmistakable. Whoever had taken it had been standing right outside my house. I dropped the photo, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. This wasn't just someone watching me from afar anymore. They had been on my property, right outside my window, watching me without me even knowing. The realization made me feel sick. I locked all the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly shut. My home no longer felt like a sanctuary, it felt like a trap. This time I didn't hesitate to call the police. An officer came by to take a report, but there wasn't much they could do. Without any evidence of who was responsible, they couldn't take action. They assured me they would patrol the area more frequently, but their words did little to ease my fear. I felt helpless, like I was being hunted by someone who knew exactly how to stay one step ahead. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I kept my curtains closed and avoided going out unless absolutely necessary. Every sound, every shadow felt like a threat. I even considered staying with a friend or booking a hotel, but I didn't want to abandon my home. It felt like giving up, like letting whoever was doing this win. But the worst part was not knowing who it was or what they wanted. Was it someone I knew? A stranger? What was their endgame? The questions swirled in my mind, unanswered and unrelenting. All I could do was wait, hoping that the police would find something or that whoever was behind this would grow bored and move on. For now, all I could do was try to stay vigilant, though the fear never really left me. Every time I walked past a window or opened my door, I braced myself for what might come next. And in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over, that the next envelope, the next photo, was only a matter of time. Story 8. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to take a walk through the neighborhood. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional car passing by or a dog barking in the distance. As I rounded a corner, I noticed a car parked by the curb. Something about it caught my attention. It wasn't just the way it sat there, but the presence of a figure inside, completely still. I slowed my pace as I walked past the car, glancing inside out of curiosity. A man was sitting in the driver's seat, his face pale and expressionless. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, but as I passed, they seemed to shift slightly, locking onto me. A chill ran down my spine. His gaze wasn't casual, it was unblinking, unnerving, as though he had been waiting for someone or something. I kept walking, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. Maybe he was just resting, I told myself, or waiting for someone. But the longer I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. His car was parked on an empty street with no other vehicles nearby, and he didn't appear to be doing anything. No phone, no book, not even the radio playing, just sitting there, staring. I reached the end of the block and stopped, glancing back over my shoulder. The car was still there, and so was he, unmoving. It felt like his eyes were still on me, even from a distance. My heartbeat quickened as I debated whether to turn around and take a different route or keep walking. Something about his presence made me feel exposed, as though I was being watched too closely. Against my better judgment, I decided to circle back. I told myself it was just to confirm what I had seen, but deep down I was drawn by a mix of fear and curiosity. As I approached the car again, I slowed down, trying not to look too obvious. The man was still there, sitting in the exact same position. This time I noticed more details. His hands rested on the steering wheel, gripping it tightly. His posture was rigid, almost unnatural, and his face remained blank, devoid of any emotion. I quickened my pace, my unease growing with every step. When I finally passed the car again, I couldn't resist one last glance. To my horror, the man's head turned slightly, following my movement. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to send a wave of panic through me. I walked faster, my pulse pounding in my ears, and didn't stop until I reached the safety of a busier street. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the image of his face. It wasn't just his stillness that unsettled me, but the way he had been sitting there for so long, as if waiting for something or someone. That night I found myself replaying the encounter over and over, questioning if I had imagined the whole thing. But the memory of his eyes, cold and unwavering, felt too vivid to dismiss. The next day, I decided to take the same route, partly out of curiosity and partly to prove to myself that there was nothing to fear. As I approached the street where I had seen the car, my stomach knotted with anticipation. To my surprise, the car was still there, parked in the exact same spot. The man was still inside, sitting in the same position as before. This time I didn't linger. I walked past quickly, avoiding eye contact, but I couldn't ignore the weight of his gaze. It felt as though he was studying me, dissecting my every move. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence, that he had no reason to be there specifically for me. But the longer he stayed, the harder it became to believe that. Over the next few days, I started to notice the car in other places. Once it was parked outside a coffee shop I frequented. Another time it was on the street near my office. Each time the man was inside, always in the driver's seat, always staring. I began to feel paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder and scanning the streets for any sign of the car. The sight of it sent my heart racing, and the idea of being watched consumed my thoughts. One evening, as I was walking home, I saw the car parked a few blocks away from my apartment. This time I stopped in my tracks, frozen by a mix of fear and anger. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but the thought of approaching him filled me with dread. Instead, I took out my phone and snapped a photo of the car, hoping it might be useful later. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak and rustle outside made me jump, and I kept peeking out the window, half expecting to see the car parked outside. When morning came, I decided to report the situation to the police. They listened patiently as I explained everything, but without any clear evidence of a crime. There wasn't much they could do. They assured me they would keep an eye out, but their words offered little comfort. Days turned into weeks, and the sightings of the car became less frequent. I started to feel a small sense of relief, thinking maybe the man had finally moved on. But just as I began to let my guard down, the car appeared again, this time directly outside my apartment building. The man was there, staring up at my window. I called the police immediately, my voice shaking as I described the situation. They arrived within minutes, but by the time they got there, the car was gone. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The officers reassured me they would patrol the area, but their concern only deepened my unease. To this day, I still don't know who the man was or why he was watching me. The car hasn't appeared again, but the memory of his cold, unblinking stare haunts me. Every time I walk down the street, I find myself glancing at parked cars, half expecting to see him sitting there, waiting. The fear has faded over time, but the feeling of being watched has never truly left me. Story 9. I woke up to the soft glow of my phone's screen illuminating the dark room. Groggy, I reached for it, expecting a notification from a random app. Instead, it was an unread message. My stomach sank as I opened it and saw a photo of me taken through the window of my apartment. My heart started pounding, and I quickly sat up, scanning the room around me. The photo was recent, too recent. I was wearing the same shirt I had fallen asleep in, sitting on the couch with my back to the window. The blinds had been partially drawn, but just enough to give someone outside a clear view. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the image, trying to piece together how it could have happened. I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual before going to bed. I looked at the timestamp on the message. It had been sent less than 10 minutes ago. Whoever had taken the picture was likely still outside. My first instinct was to rush to the window and pull the blinds shut, but I hesitated. What if they were still watching, waiting for me to react? I sat frozen in place, clutching my phone tightly as I tried to think of what to do next. Taking a deep breath, I slowly slid out of bed and moved toward the living room, keeping the lights off. My bare feet made no sound on the floor as I approached the window. The blinds swayed slightly, as if stirred by a faint breeze, but the room was silent. I peered through a small gap in the blinds, my heart racing. The street outside was dark and empty, the faint glow of a street lamp casting long shadows. There was no sign of anyone. I stepped back, my mind racing with questions. Who had sent the message? How had they gotten so close without me noticing? And why would someone do this? I locked the front door, even though I was sure I had already done so earlier. Then I checked all the windows, making sure they were securely latched. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet made me jump, and the silence of the apartment felt oppressive. I looked at the message again, hoping I had missed some clue. The number was unfamiliar, just a string of digits that offered no information. There was no text, only the image. I tried calling the number, but it went straight to voicemail. My hands shook as I set the phone down on the counter. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was still watching me. I debated calling the police, but what would I tell them? That someone had sent me a creepy photo. I had no evidence of a break-in or a threat, just a picture that could have been taken by anyone with a phone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't safe. I turned off all the lights and sat in the corner of the living room, my back against the wall, where I could see both the window and the front door. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, waiting for something to happen. Every little noise outside, the rustling of leaves, the distant hum of a car engine made my pulse quicken. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message to appear. but the screen stayed dark, offering no answers. The night dragged on, and the tension in my chest refused to ease. At some point, exhaustion got the better of me, and I dozed off. When I woke up, it was morning. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, and the apartment felt eerily normal. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. But the unread message was still there, a grim reminder of the night before. I couldn't shake the unease that lingered, even as I went about my morning routine. I decided to check the outside of my apartment for any signs of someone lurking. The ground beneath the window was undisturbed, no footprints or cigarette butts to suggest anyone had been there. The lack of evidence was almost more unsettling. It was as if whoever had been watching me had vanished without a trace. I couldn't understand how they had gotten so close without leaving any sign. The day passed in a haze of paranoia. I couldn't focus on anything, constantly glancing at my phone or out the window. Every passerby seemed suspicious, every sound outside a potential threat. By evening, I was exhausted but too afraid to sleep. I decided to leave the lights on this time, hoping it would deter anyone from approaching the apartment. As the night wore on, I tried to distract myself with TV, but my nerves were shot. Around midnight, my phone buzzed again. My stomach dropped as I saw another message from the same number. This time it was a video. My hands trembled as I pressed play. The footage showed my living room, filmed from outside the window. The camera panned slowly, capturing the couch, the coffee table, and finally me sitting there staring at my phone. I dropped the phone in shock, my breath coming in short gasps. The video was proof that someone had been outside, watching me, but it also meant they knew I was still there, still afraid. I grabbed a kitchen knife and dialed the police, my voice shaking as I explained the situation. They promised to send someone over, but I couldn't wait. I needed to do something to protect myself. I moved to the farthest corner of the apartment, where there were no windows, and waited. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours before I heard a knock at the door. My heart leaped into my throat as I called out, asking who it was. A voice responded, identifying themselves as a police officer. I cautiously opened the door to find two officers standing there. They searched the apartment and the surrounding area but found nothing. Whoever had been watching me was long gone. The officers took my statement and suggested installing security cameras or staying with a friend for a few days. Their reassurances did little to calm my nerves, but I thanked them anyway. That night, I packed a bag and left the apartment. I couldn't stay there, not after what had happened. As I drove to a friend's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Every shadow on the road seemed to follow me, and every car behind me felt like a threat. I knew I wouldn't feel safe again for a long time. Story 10. It was a warm Saturday afternoon when I wandered through a neighborhood yard sale, looking for nothing in particular. Among the tables of books, mismatched dishes, and vintage knickknacks, I spotted an old mirror leaning against a tree. Its frame was ornate, carved with swirling patterns that had faded over time. The glass itself was cracked near one corner, giving it an eerie, weathered look. Something about it drew me in, and before I knew it, I had paid for it and was carrying it back to my car. Once home, I carefully cleaned the mirror, wiping away layers of dust that seemed to cling stubbornly to its surface. The cracks gave it a strange charm, and I decided it would look perfect in the hallway just outside my bedroom. After some effort, I hung it on the wall, stepping back to admire how it added a touch of character to the space. I smiled, satisfied with my purchase, and went about the rest of my day without giving it much thought. That evening, as the sun set and shadows crept through the house, I walked past the mirror on my way to the kitchen. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw movement in the reflection. I stopped, staring into the glass, but all I saw was my own reflection in the dimly lit hallway behind me. I laughed at myself, chalking it up to my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, the crack in the glass distorted the image slightly, and I figured that was enough to make me see things that weren't there. Later that night, as I got ready for bed, I passed the mirror again. This time I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The reflection seemed darker than it should have been, as though the hallway behind me was shrouded in shadow even though the light was on. I stopped to take a closer look, leaning in to inspect the glass. That's when I saw a faint outline of a figure standing behind me. My heart skipped a beat, and I whipped around, expecting to see someone in the hallway, but it was empty. The air felt heavy, and the silence was almost deafening. I turned back to the mirror, my hands trembling as I gripped the frame. The figure was gone. I stared at my reflection, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it a trick of the light? My tired mind playing games with me? I told myself it had to be one of those explanations and forced myself to walk away. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak and groan of the house felt amplified, and I kept glancing at my bedroom door, half expecting to see someone standing there. I thought about the mirror, the strange figure, and the uneasy feeling it gave me. The rational part of my mind insisted there was nothing to worry about, but a small voice in the back of my head whispered otherwise. The next morning, I resolved to move the mirror to the garage. It was silly, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease it brought. As I unhooked it from the wall, I caught a glimpse of my reflection again. For a split second, the figure was back, closer this time, standing directly behind me. I dropped the mirror and it hit the floor with a loud crash. The glass didn't shatter completely, but the crack spread further, splitting the reflection into jagged pieces. I stood there, frozen, staring at the distorted image. The figure was gone again, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I hurriedly picked up the mirror and carried it to the garage, shoving it into a corner and covering it with an old sheet. Out of sight, out of mind, I thought. But the unease didn't go away. Over the next few days, strange things began happening around the house. Lights flickered without reason, and I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of faint whispers, though I couldn't make out the words. Objects seemed to move on their own, a chair slightly out of place, a book one hadn't touched lying open on the table. Each time I tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation, but deep down I knew it had something to do with the mirror. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to get rid of the mirror for good. I went to the garage, pulled off the sheet, and carried it to my car. As I drove to a nearby junkyard, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure sitting in the back seat. When I arrived, I wasted no time. I placed the mirror among a pile of discarded furniture and walked away without looking back. I felt a strange mix of relief and unease as I drove home, hoping that leaving the mirror behind would put an end to the strange occurrences. That night, for the first time in days, I slept peacefully. The next morning, I felt a sense of normalcy returning to my life. The house was quiet, the lights stayed on, and there were no more whispers or moved objects. I began to think that maybe the mirror had been the source of everything, and getting rid of it had solved the problem. But as I walked past the hallway where the mirror had originally hung, I stopped in my tracks. There, on the wall, was a faint outline of where the mirror had been, as though the wall itself remembered its presence. And as I stood there, staring at the empty space, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Story 11. I always made sure to lock the door whenever I left my house. It became a habit over the years, a small ritual that ensured I felt safe when I was away. I lived alone, and the thought of someone getting into my home while I was gone was unsettling. So I'd turn the key, hear the click of the deadbolt, and feel a sense of relief wash over me. It was a simple act, but it gave me peace of mind. One afternoon, after a quick trip to the grocery store, I returned home to find the door slightly ajar. My heart skipped a beat. I was certain I had locked it before leaving. I quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside, my eyes scanning the room for anything out of place. Everything seemed normal, no broken windows, no signs of forced entry, but something about the open door sent a chill down my spine. I checked the locks, and sure enough, they were secure. The door had been locked when I left, yet it was open now. I couldn't understand it. I looked around for any signs of someone having been there, but there was nothing except for a small note on the kitchen counter. My hand trembled as I picked it up, the handwriting sharp and deliberate. It read, "I'm still here." My stomach twisted into knots. Who would leave such a note? Who had been inside my house? I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, waiting for me to leave before making their move. I immediately called the police, explaining the situation in the note. They told me to stay put and wait for them to arrive. When the officers showed up, they took the note as evidence and searched the house. They didn't find anything that could explain what had happened, no signs of forced entry or anything missing. They reassured me that it was probably just a prank, but their lack of answers did little to calm my nerves. I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong, something beyond a simple joke. For the next few days, I took extra precautions. I made sure to lock every door and window before leaving, double-checking each one. I even installed a security system, thinking that would provide some peace of mind. But when I returned home one evening, I was met with the same sight. The door was open, and there was another note. This one was different, though. It simply said, "You didn't lock it properly." Panic set in. How could this be happening? I knew I had locked the door this time, I was certain. I was careful, methodical even, but the note made it clear that someone had been inside again. My hands shook as I locked the door behind me and checked the house once more. Nothing had been disturbed, but the sense of invasion was overwhelming. Someone was in my space, and I didn't know how to stop it. The police came again, but this time they were less convinced that it was a prank. They checked for fingerprints, for any sign that someone had been inside, but there was nothing. The security system hadn't captured anything unusual either. It was as though the person had simply vanished after leaving the note. The officers left, promising to keep an eye on the area, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they didn't believe me. The next few days passed in a haze of anxiety. I was constantly on edge, checking the locks multiple times before leaving and after returning. I didn't want to give the intruder any chance to get inside again. But despite my efforts, it happened again. The door was open, and another note was waiting for me. This time it read, "I'm closer than you think." I felt the blood drain from my face as I read those words. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know who was doing this, why they were doing this. I couldn't live in fear of returning home to find the door open and a note waiting for me. I called the police once more, but this time I also took matters into my own hands. I installed hidden cameras around the house, hoping to catch whoever was responsible. The following morning I reviewed the footage. At first everything seemed normal, but then, just before I left for work, I saw it. A shadow moving past the front door, followed by the door slowly creaking open. My heart raced as I watched the footage. There was no one in sight, just the door opening on its own. But then, just as the door was about to close, a figure appeared in the frame, standing just outside. The figure didn't move. They simply stood there, watching. My stomach churned as I saw the faint outline of a person through the window. It was impossible to tell who they were, but their presence sent a wave of terror through me. I had no idea how they had gotten so close without triggering the security system, but I was sure now that someone was watching me, stalking me in my own home. I immediately called the police, showing them the footage. They arrived quickly and searched the house once more, but they couldn't find anyone. The figure was gone by the time they got there, and there was no trace of how they had entered. They left with more questions than answers, and I was left alone with the growing sense that I was being hunted. After that, the notes stopped. The door stayed locked, and I never found another message. But I couldn't forget what had happened. The feeling of being watched lingered long after the events had stopped. I kept the cameras running, always on alert, waiting for the next time someone would breach my home. The mystery of the notes remained unsolved, but the fear they left behind never faded. I couldn't help but wonder if I was truly alone or if someone was still out there, waiting for me to slip up. Story 12. It was the middle of the night when I was jolted awake by a sound that made my heart skip a beat. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the usual creaks and groans of an old home. But then I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of a door creaking open. My eyes shot wide open, and my breath caught in my throat. I lay still for a moment, straining to hear, my pulse quickening. The silence that followed was unnerving. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, my mind racing through possible explanations. Was it the wind? No, the night had been still. I turned my head to check the time on the clock, 3:12 a.m. That was too late for anyone to be out there, right? I forced myself to move, my feet feeling like lead as I got out of bed. I grabbed my phone, my fingers trembling as I turned on the flashlight, and cautiously made my way down the hallway. As I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed something strange. The usual quiet of the house was now replaced by an eerie stillness. My eyes flickered to the front door, which to my horror was standing wide open. The darkness beyond the door seemed to swallow everything up, making me feel small and vulnerable. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold air from outside seep into the house. My heart raced in my chest as I made my way down the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused. The front door was still wide open, as though it had been waiting for me to notice. I glanced around, looking for any signs of someone having entered. But there was nothing, no footprints in the dust, no sign of struggle. Everything seemed undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. But then I turned my attention to the small bowl on the entryway table, where I always left my keys. It was empty. My keys were gone. A wave of panic surged through me. I walked closer to the table, running my fingers over the empty bowl. The feeling of unease deepened. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it all. The door had opened on its own, and my keys were missing. But how could that have happened? I never left the door unlocked, and I always kept my keys in the same spot. The possibility that someone had been inside rummaging through my things sent a chill through me. I stepped outside cautiously, peering into the dark yard. There was no sign of anyone, no cars parked outside, no shadows lurking in the trees. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door before going to bed. Maybe I had just imagined hearing it open. But the missing keys didn't make sense. Who would have taken them, and why? I quickly checked the rest of the house, going room by room. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I checked all the windows, ensuring they were locked tight, but there was no sign of forced entry. It was as though someone had slipped in unnoticed, taken my keys, and left without a trace. The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. Who would want to break into my house in the middle of the night? And why take the keys? I stood in the kitchen for a few minutes, trying to gather my thoughts. The cold, empty house felt more suffocating than usual. The stillness of the night pressed down on me, making it hard to think clearly. I picked up my phone and dialed the police, my hands shaking as I held the device to my ear. The operator answered after a few rings, and I quickly explained what had happened, my voice shaky and strained. "Mom will send someone over to check it out," the officer said, trying to reassure me. "In the meantime, stay inside and lock all doors and windows. We'll be there shortly." I hung up the phone, feeling a small sense of relief, but I knew it wasn't over. Whoever had opened the door and taken my keys was still out there, and the fear of the unknown gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the image of someone standing just outside the door, watching, waiting. The thought of them knowing my routine, knowing exactly where I kept my keys, was unsettling. As I sat on the couch, waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't stop looking at the front door. The darkness outside seemed to stretch on forever, and I couldn't help but feel as though something was out there, lurking in the shadows. The sound of the wind rustling the trees was the only thing breaking the silence. My thoughts kept racing, each one more paranoid than the last. Had I heard something earlier in the night? Had I missed a clue, something that could explain what had happened? A few minutes later, I heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that help was on the way. The sound grew louder until it stopped right outside my house. The officers knocked on the door, and I rushed to let them in, eager for some answers. They quickly assessed the situation, checking the door and windows for any signs of forced entry. "Do you have any idea who might have done this?" one of the officers asked as he took notes. "I don't know," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "I can't think of anyone who would do something like this." The officers checked the area around the house but found no footprints or evidence of anyone having been there. They advised me to change the locks on my doors and to keep a close eye on anything that seemed out of place. As they left, I stood in the doorway staring at the empty yard. The house was quiet again, but the fear remained. I locked the door behind me, my mind still racing. Whoever had opened that door and taken my keys was still out there, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching, waiting for the right moment to return. Story 13. I had just gotten home after a long day at work, tired and eager to relax. I threw my bag on the couch and headed to the kitchen to grab a snack. As I opened the fridge, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I shrugged it off as fatigue. The apartment was quiet, too quiet, and I dismissed it, assuming it was just my imagination playing tricks on me after a stressful day. I settled down on the couch, turning on the TV to distract myself. The faint sound of the refrigerator humming was the only noise in the apartment, and I felt a slight sense of relief in the stillness. I pulled out my phone to check my security camera footage, a habit I had developed after a few odd occurrences in the past. The cameras around the apartment provided a sense of security, especially when I was home alone. I opened the app and scrolled through the footage, expecting to see nothing out of the ordinary. But as I swiped to the footage from the kitchen, my stomach dropped. There, in the grainy black and white image, I saw someone moving around in the kitchen. They were standing near the counter, rummaging through the drawers, their movements slow and deliberate. My heart raced as I stared at the screen, trying to process what I was seeing. It wasn't me. I had been sitting on the couch just moments before, and there was no way anyone had entered the apartment without me hearing it. I rewound the footage, my hands trembling. The person in the kitchen was wearing a dark hoodie, their face obscured by the shadow of the low light. They moved with a certain familiarity, as if they had been in the apartment before. They opened the drawer where I kept my utensils, rifling through it as if searching for something specific. My mind raced with questions. Who was this person? How had they gotten in? And most chilling of all, why hadn't I heard them? I checked the footage again, rewinding it further. The timestamp showed it was just after midnight, a time when I should have been the only one awake in the apartment. I watched as the figure moved through the kitchen, pausing occasionally as if listening for something. It was then that I noticed something else, a faint shadow moving across the floor. I paused the video, my eyes narrowing. It was the shadow of the figure, but there was something unsettling about the way it flickered, as if it wasn't fully solid. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I was alone in the apartment, and yet someone was clearly in my kitchen, going through my things. The air in the room felt thick, and my chest tightened with a sense of impending danger. I immediately grabbed my phone and dialed the number for the building security. My hands were shaking as I explained the situation, but they assured me they would check the footage from the building's cameras and get back to me. While I waited, I couldn't stop replaying the video in my mind. The figure seemed to move with purpose, as though they knew exactly where to look. They didn't appear to be in any hurry, as if they had all the time in the world. I thought back to the past few weeks. Had I noticed anything unusual? Any strange noises or signs of someone being in my apartment? I couldn't recall anything, but the unease in my stomach told me something was wrong. The call from security came an hour later, just as I was about to fall asleep on the couch. They told me that they had reviewed the footage from the building's exterior cameras and found nothing unusual. There were no signs of forced entry, and no one had been seen entering the building at the time I had indicated. I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. How could that be? If the person wasn't entering through the door, how were they getting into my apartment? I spent the rest of the night with my security camera app open, constantly checking the footage. The figure had disappeared from the kitchen after a few minutes, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still somewhere in the apartment, watching me. I checked every room in the apartment, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. Everything appeared to be in place, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. The next day, I decided to check the footage again, hoping I had missed something. This time, I went back even further, scrolling through hours of footage. And then I saw it, the same figure, standing in the hallway just outside my bedroom door. The timestamp showed that they had been there for over an hour, standing perfectly still in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them, frozen in place, as if they were waiting for something. I couldn't understand why they hadn't moved, or why they hadn't entered the room. It was as if they were waiting for the right moment. I felt my pulse quicken as I realized the figure had been in my apartment for much longer than I had originally thought. They hadn't just appeared in the kitchen, they had been lurking in the hallway, just out of sight. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I tried to process the implications. Someone had been in my apartment for hours, and I hadn't even known it. I contacted the building's management again, but this time I was met with a different response. They told me there was no way anyone could have entered the apartment without being seen on the building's exterior cameras. They suggested that I might have been mistaken, or that I was simply imagining things. But I knew what I had seen. The footage didn't lie. Someone had been in my apartment, moving around in the dead of night, and I had no idea how they had gotten in. I spent the next few days in a haze, constantly checking the footage and rethinking everything. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was still out there, waiting. I installed additional locks on my doors and windows, but nothing could calm the growing sense of dread that clung to me. I couldn't shake the thought that the person in the footage was still inside the walls of my apartment, hiding just out of sight. The most chilling part of all was that I never saw them again. No one ever entered the apartment after that night. The security cameras showed nothing unusual, but the fear lingered, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadowy figure moving around in my kitchen, searching for something or someone. Story 14. I had been staying at the hotel for a few days for a work trip, and everything had been going smoothly. The room was small but comfortable, the kind of place you stay in when you're just passing through. Each night, I would return to the hotel after long hours of meetings, exhausted and ready to unwind. I'd grab a quick dinner in the hotel restaurant, then retreat to my room to relax before the next day. It was the third night when I first heard the knocking. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a random sound echoing through the hallways. But when it came again louder this time, I couldn't ignore it. 3 sharp knocks, like someone was trying to get my attention. I opened the door, half expecting to find someone from the hotel staff or perhaps another guest, but the hallway was empty. No one was there. Confused, I closed the door and locked it again, dismissing it as a strange coincidence. Maybe it was a maintenance worker or someone who had made a mistake. But when the knocks came again the next night, I was no longer sure. This time they were even louder, more urgent, and they came at an odd hour well after midnight. I hesitated, then went to the door and opened it. Once again there was no one there. I stood in the doorway for a moment, looking up and down the hallway, but it was completely still. The faint hum of the air conditioning was the only sound. I quickly shut the door and locked it, feeling uneasy but telling myself it was nothing more than a coincidence. I tried to brush it off, but the knocking had begun to gnaw at me. It wasn't normal, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. The next night I decided to stay awake and wait. I told myself I wouldn't open the door this time unless I knew exactly who it was. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching the clock tick past midnight, and tried to focus on something else. Anything else but the quiet ticking only seemed to make me more anxious. Then, just as I thought I might be able to relax, the knocks came again. 3 sharp raps, almost rhythmic. It was as if they were timed perfectly, each knock deliberate. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The room felt colder, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread creep over me. I slowly stood up and approached the door, my hand hovering over the doorknob. The hallway was dark, and the sound of my breath was the only thing I could hear. I opened the door slowly, peeking into the empty hallway. There was no one there. No sign of anyone in the immediate vicinity. I stepped out into the hallway, my mind racing. I looked both ways, expecting to see someone at the far end, but the hallway was empty. No one was in sight. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I couldn't explain why. I closed the door quickly, locked it, and leaned against it, trying to calm my racing heart. The knocks didn't stop, though. Every night they came at different hours, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes just before dawn. No matter what I did, I couldn't get any peace. I tried calling the front desk once, asking if there had been any complaints or strange occurrences. The receptionist assured me everything was normal and that I was likely just hearing things, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. I could feel the presence, that nagging sensation that I wasn't alone. One night, I decided to confront whatever was causing it. I sat on the bed, watching the clock tick closer to midnight, waiting for the inevitable knock. When it came, I took a deep breath and stood up. This time, I wasn't going to open the door. Instead, I grabbed my phone and turned on the camera, positioning it so it pointed at the door. I pressed record, determined to catch whatever was happening. I waited in silence, my phone resting on the table. The room was quiet, the air still. Then, just as the clock struck midnight, the knocks came again. 3 sharp raps, each one louder than the last. I stared at the door, watching for any sign of movement, but nothing happened. The knocking continued for several minutes, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My pulse quickened, and I began to wonder if I was going insane. I finally gathered the courage to open the door again, this time with my phone in hand, ready to catch something on camera. But when I opened the door, there was no one there. I stood there for a moment, looking up and down the hallway, feeling the weight of the silence press in on me. I glanced at my phone screen, hoping to see something, anything, that could explain what was happening. To my shock, when I looked at the video, there was a faint blur near the door, just as the knocking started. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, but the camera had picked it up. The figure seemed to shift, almost like a shadow, but when I replayed the footage, it was gone. I couldn't make sense of it. My hands shook as I watched the footage again and again, but there was nothing concrete. The next day, I decided I couldn't stay in the hotel any longer. I packed my bags quickly, feeling like I needed to get out of there as soon as possible. I checked out, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. The receptionist asked if everything had been okay during my stay, and I just nodded, refusing to mention the strange events. I've never been able to explain what happened during those nights. The knocks, the figure on the camera, none of it made sense. I've tried to put it behind me, but every time I think back to that hotel room, I feel that same cold chill run through me. The sound of those knocks still echoes in my mind, and I can't help but wonder if something, or someone, was trying to get my attention all along. Story 15. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when the sudden buzz broke the silence. It was a text message, the words on the screen sending a jolt of unease through my body. "Stop looking at your window." I stared at the message for a moment, trying to process what it meant. Then I realized that my gaze had been fixed on the window across the room without me even realizing it. I blinked, feeling a chill run down my spine. My mind raced, trying to recall when I had started staring out the window. Had I been watching something? I couldn't remember. The room around me felt strangely quiet, and the stillness made my unease grow. I put my phone down, glancing nervously toward the window. But there was nothing outside, just the dim glow of streetlights casting shadows on the sidewalk. But then I noticed it. The curtains were moving. The fabric fluttered slightly, as if someone had brushed against them, even though there was no breeze coming through the window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't touched the curtains, and there was no reason for them to be moving on their own. The unsettling feeling that had settled over me deepened. I stood up, my legs trembling slightly as I approached the window. I didn't want to get too close, but my curiosity got the better of me. I reached out slowly, my fingers brushing the edge of the curtain. I could feel the cold air from outside seeping through the thin fabric, but nothing had disturbed the curtains. They were still, completely still. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and took a step back, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. But the doubt lingered. My mind raced with possibilities. Who had sent the text? How did they know what I was doing? Was it just a prank, or was there something more sinister going on? I glanced at my phone again, but there was no number attached to the message, no indication of who had sent it. My hands felt clammy as I scrolled through my contacts, wondering if any of my friends or family had played some kind of joke on me. I turned my attention back to the window, my eyes scanning the darkness outside. Everything seemed quiet, too quiet. The street was empty, no cars passing by, no people walking along the sidewalk. Just the distant hum of the city in the background. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if someone was watching me from the other side of the glass. The curtains moved again. This time it was more pronounced, as if a hand had brushed against them. I stepped back quickly, my breath catching in my throat. My pulse raced as I turned around to look behind me, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway. But there was no one. The room was empty, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I couldn't understand what was happening. My phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with another message. "Don't turn around." I froze, my body going cold. The message felt like a command, like a warning. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands trembled as I stared at the words. I didn't want to obey, but at the same time I felt an overwhelming urge to look behind me. I fought the instinct, my eyes darting around the room, searching for any sign of movement. For a moment I stood there, paralyzed, as if the message had somehow rooted me to the spot. The seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and forced myself to turn away from the window. The curtains were still moving slightly, but I refused to look. I told myself it was just the wind, just my imagination running wild. Then I heard a soft sound of faint rustling, like fabric brushing against something. My heart skipped a beat, and I spun around, my eyes wide with fear. There was no one in the room, no sign of any movement. The air felt heavier now, as if something was pressing in on me. I took another step toward the window, trying to calm myself, but the unease only grew stronger. The phone buzzed again. My fingers hovered over the screen, but I didn't want to read the message. I already knew what it would say. The feeling of being watched was unbearable, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I had to do something, but I wasn't sure what. I couldn't stay in a room with the curtains moving like that, with the unsettling feeling of someone watching me. I turned quickly and grabbed my coat, heading for the front door. But as I reached for the handle, I froze. The door was locked. I had been certain I had locked it earlier, but now it felt as though something had changed. The tension in the room was palpable, and I felt trapped. My phone buzzed once more, the screen lighting up with another cryptic message. "Don't leave." My breath caught in my throat, and I turned to face the window again, my mind spinning. The curtains were still moving, swaying gently as though something invisible was there, brushing against them. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. I couldn't understand what was happening, why this was happening to me. It felt like I was caught in some kind of twisted game, one that I didn't know the rules to. With shaking hands, I unlocked the door and stepped out into the hallway, my pulse still racing. The hallway was dark, and the silence felt oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening, whatever was behind those curtains, was following me. I hurried down the stairs, the buzz of my phone in my pocket barely registering as I reached the front door. As I stepped outside, I looked up at the window one last time. The curtains were still moving, but now I could see something more clearly, a dark figure, standing just behind the glass watching me. And then everything went dark. Story 16. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon when I decided to go through some old drawers in my bedroom, searching for a misplaced receipt. I hadn't bothered with these drawers in months, and the clutter had built up. As I rifled through the papers, something caught my eye, a small, black notebook wedged between a stack of old bills. I didn't recognize it, but I pulled it out, intrigued by its worn cover and the way it felt oddly familiar in my hands. I flipped it open, expecting to find random notes or scribbles, but instead the pages were filled with neatly written text. The handwriting was precise, almost too perfect, with no signs of hasty writing. I began to read the first page, which described the events of a typical day in my life, waking up at 7 a.m., having coffee with 2 sugars, and checking my phone before heading out the door. It was as though someone had been watching me, documenting my every move. I froze, my heart racing as I continued reading. The entries were far too detailed to be coincidence. The second page mentioned a conversation I had with a colleague at work, a conversation I'd had just that morning. The words, the tone, even the specific phrases we exchanged were all written down in perfect detail. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I flipped through the pages, each one chronicling my day-to-day activities in unnerving accuracy. It was like someone had been following me, observing me closely without my knowledge. The further I read, the more unsettling it became. The notebook didn't just describe what I did, but how I felt, my thoughts, my worries, even my fleeting moments of joy. One entry described how I had gotten frustrated with a customer at the coffee shop during lunch, and how my irritation had lingered for the rest of the afternoon. It was as if the person writing the notebook knew my mind, my inner dialogue, as if they had been there with me, experiencing everything alongside me. I couldn't comprehend how this was possible. I stopped at a page that detailed an evening I spent at home, sitting on the couch watching TV, something I had done only a few nights ago. The description was so precise. It even mentioned the exact episode of the show I was watching and the brand of snacks I was eating. It was impossible. No one could have known these things unless they had been there, right next to me. My mind raced as I tried to come up with an explanation, but none made sense. I glanced around the room, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The air felt thick, as though something was waiting, watching. My gaze landed on the open notebook again, and I felt a pang of dread. There were more pages left to read, but I hesitated, afraid of what I might find. The fear gnawed at me, but my curiosity was stronger. I turned to the next page. This entry was different. It wasn't a description of a mundane day or a conversation, it was a warning. It said, "You're going to find this notebook soon. You'll be scared at first, but don't worry. You've been chosen. The person watching you has always been there, and they're waiting for you to understand." I dropped the notebook in shock, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I stared at the words, trying to process what they meant. Chosen? Waiting? Who was writing this, and why? I stood up, pacing the room, my thoughts spinning. The idea that someone had been observing me for so long, knowing my every move, made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the fact that they knew what I did, it was the fact that they seemed to understand me in a way no one else did. The feeling of being watched, of having my every thought recorded, was suffocating. I needed answers, but I had no idea where to start. I picked up the notebook again, trembling as I flipped to the next page. This time it described an event that hadn't happened yet, something I was planning to do the next day. It was a trip to the grocery store I had been putting off all week. The entry described in detail what I would buy, even mentioning the specific brand of cereal I had been eyeing. The last sentence was chilling. "You'll see the person who's been watching you when you check out. Don't be afraid. They're here to help." I stared at the page, my mind racing. Who could this person be? How did they know my plans for tomorrow? The thought of running into someone who knew me this intimately, someone who had been tracking my every move, made my stomach churn. I wanted to close the notebook and forget everything, but something deep inside me urged me to keep reading. I couldn't stop now. The next few pages were filled with similar entries, descriptions of my future actions, thoughts, and even dreams. It was as if the writer knew what I would do before I even made the decision. The sense of being trapped in a reality that wasn't entirely my own was overwhelming. It felt like I was a puppet, with someone pulling the strings, orchestrating my every move. I looked around the room again, feeling paranoid. Was I being watched right now? Was there someone hidden in the shadows observing me as I read the notebook? I could almost hear the soft rustle of movement, the faintest whisper of a presence. I forced myself to calm down, telling myself that it was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. I closed the notebook and shoved it back into the drawer, slamming it shut. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to steady my racing heart. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. How had this notebook ended up in my possession? Who had been watching me and why? The questions seemed endless, and I didn't know where to turn for answers. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside sent me into a panic. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. The notebook sat in the drawer, its presence a constant reminder of the terrifying reality I had stumbled upon. I couldn't escape it. Whoever had been watching me, whoever had written those words, was still out there, and they were waiting for me to figure out the rest. Story 17. At first, I thought it was just a strange coincidence. I'd come home from work each night, check the front door, and it would be securely locked, as it always had been. The next morning, however, I'd find a small rock placed right in front of it. It wasn't large, just a smooth, gray stone, nothing out of the ordinary, but its placement was always deliberate, as though someone had carefully positioned it there, waiting for me to notice. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. At first, I brushed it off as a prank, perhaps from a neighbor or some bored teenager. But as the days went by, the frequency of the stones increased. Each morning, I'd find a new one, sometimes a little bigger, sometimes smaller, but always placed in the same spot. The door was always locked when I left for work, and I'd check the security camera footage, but it showed nothing unusual. No one was ever near my house during the night. The routine began to get to me. I'd check the door every time I came home, certain that the rock would be there. It became a game of sorts, one I didn't want to play. Why was someone doing this? What did they want from me? There was no note, no indication that anyone was trying to communicate. Just the rock always in front of my door. And yet it felt personal, too personal. I started paying more attention to my surroundings. Every time I stepped outside, I'd look around nervously, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But there was never anyone there. No one seemed to notice the rocks except for me. It was like I was the only one who could see the strange pattern, the subtle reminder that someone was watching. It became harder to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was in my own home. The strangest part was that no matter what time I left in the morning, the rock would always be there when I returned. It didn't matter if I left at dawn or if I stayed out late into the night. Each time I'd come home to find the stone sitting there. One morning I decided to leave earlier than usual, just to see if I could catch whoever was leaving them. I slipped out quietly, leaving the door slightly ajar, and watched from a distance, hidden in the shadows. For hours nothing happened. I stayed in my car, trying to remain patient, but the wait felt endless. Finally, as the sun began to set, I saw someone approaching my front door. My heart pounded as I watched them carefully place a rock in front of the door. I couldn't make out their face, as they kept their head down, but I could see their silhouette clearly against the fading light. They left quickly, vanishing into the darkness, and I was left frozen in my seat, my mind racing with questions. The next day, I called the police. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't explain the significance of the rocks or why someone was doing this, but the fact that someone was leaving them in front of my door every single morning had to mean something. The officer who came to my house was sympathetic but skeptical. There wasn't enough evidence to go on, and without any threats or signs of forced entry, there wasn't much they could do. He suggested I install a camera to catch the person in the act. I agreed, though it felt like a poor solution to the growing sense of dread that had taken over my life. With the camera in place, I felt slightly more at ease, though the unease still gnawed at me. Each morning I would check the footage, hoping to see anything that could explain what was happening. The first few days were uneventful. Then, on the fourth day, I saw it. The footage showed a figure, hooded and cloaked in shadow, walking up to my front door just before dawn. They stopped, looked around, and then, with deliberate care, placed a rock in front of the door before disappearing back into the night. The figure's movements were quick and purposeful, but their face was obscured, and their body language was strangely calm. They didn't seem hurried or nervous, as if they were accustomed to this ritual. My heart raced as I watched the footage over and over, trying to make sense of it. What was the significance of the rock? Why had they chosen to do this every day? The next morning, I decided to confront the person. I didn't know what I would say, but I couldn't take the constant feeling of being watched anymore. I waited by the door, hidden in the shadows, determined to catch them in the act. The hours dragged on, and just as I was about to give up, I saw a figure approach, the same one from the video. They moved slowly, almost methodically, and stopped right in front of my door. They looked around, and for the briefest moment, I thought they might see me, but they didn't. Instead, they reached down and placed another rock in front of the door before turning and walking away. I stepped forward, calling out, "Hey," but they didn't stop. They didn't even look back. My pulse quickened as I ran after them, but by the time I reached the street, they had disappeared into the night, as if they had vanished into thin air. The experience left me shaken, but more determined than ever to find out who was behind it all. I couldn't just let this go. The rocks had become a symbol of something deeper, something unsettling. They were trying to send me a message, but I didn't know what it was. The longer this went on, the more I felt like I was losing control of my own life. The feeling of being watched never left me, and every time I checked the front door, I knew that the rock would be waiting for me. I had to find out who was behind it and why they were doing this. It was the only way I could reclaim my life and my sense of security. But the more I tried to investigate, the more elusive the answers seemed to be. It was like the rocks had become part of a larger puzzle, one that I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. Story 18. The morning started like any other. I woke up to the sound of my own voice coming from downstairs, a soft murmur of words that felt out of place in the quiet house. It was a voice I recognized, but it didn't make sense. My heart raced as I listened, unsure if I was still dreaming or if something was wrong. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the grogginess, and listened again. It was unmistakable. It was me speaking. I hesitated for a moment, unsure whether I should investigate or stay where I was. The sound was faint, but it came from the living room. I knew I had to check. Slowly, I pulled myself out of bed and crept down the stairs, my footsteps muffled against the wooden floor. My mind raced with questions, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Who else could it be? Why was I hearing my own voice? As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I stopped. The house was eerily quiet. There was no one in sight, and the living room looked just as I had left it the night before, empty, with the sunlight streaming through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. but the sound of my voice persisted, coming from the direction of the couch. My phone was on the coffee table, screen glowing softly. It was the source of the strange noise. I walked toward the phone, my steps slow and cautious. The voicemail was still playing, and I could hear my voice clearly now, but the words were unfamiliar. It wasn't anything I remembered saying. The voice was calm, almost too calm, like a version of me that was detached from everything. I picked up the phone, my hands shaking slightly as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. The voicemail had been recorded months ago, but I couldn't recall ever leaving it. I unlocked the phone, and the timestamp on the message confirmed it had been saved nearly a year ago. I stared at the screen, the words on the voicemail still echoing in my mind. The message wasn't just any message, it was a conversation. My voice was talking to someone I couldn't place. But the worst part was that it was talking about things I had never told anyone, things that only I knew. I pressed play again, listening carefully to the recording. The voice on the phone was me, but the words were haunting. "I'm scared," my voice said, trembling in the recording. "I don't know who's following me. I can't get away." I felt a chill run down my spine. My breath caught in my throat as the voicemail continued. "They're always watching. I think they're in the house right now." I froze. The words hit me like a wave, and for a moment I felt disoriented, like I had stepped into someone else's life. Who had I been talking to? Why was I so terrified in that message? I couldn't remember making that call, but the fear in my voice felt all too real. It was as if the past had come rushing back to confront me, dragging up memories I didn't want to face. I replayed the message again, trying to make sense of it. But no matter how many times I listened, I couldn't remember the context. The words felt foreign, as if they had been spoken by someone else entirely. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, watching me, just like the voicemail had suggested. But the living room remained empty, calm and still, like nothing had changed. As I tried to calm my racing thoughts, I noticed something else. A faint noise from upstairs, footsteps, soft but deliberate. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly silenced the phone. I listened, holding my breath, trying to distinguish the sound. It was the unmistakable creak of floorboards, as though someone was walking across the second floor. But I was alone. I had been alone all night. I rushed upstairs, my pulse quickening. Every step felt heavy, like I was moving through molasses. When I reached the top, I paused and listened again. The footsteps had stopped, leaving only the eerie silence in their wake. I glanced down the hallway, where my bedroom door was ajar. I hadn't left it that way. I always made sure to close it before bed. My hands trembled as I pushed the door open. The room was just as I had left it, the bed neatly made and nothing out of place. But the unsettling feeling lingered, like something was wrong, like someone had been here. I checked the closet and under the bed, but there was no sign of anyone. It was as though the house was playing tricks on me, or worse, I was losing my grip on reality. I returned downstairs, trying to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The voicemail was still on my phone, looping endlessly. I turned it off and dropped the phone on the coffee table, feeling the weight of the silence press down on me. I couldn't explain what had just happened, or why I had heard my own voice from the past. But the more I thought about it, the more the pieces didn't fit. There was something about the message, something about the way it had been left, that felt like a warning I had ignored. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. Where could I have left that voicemail for myself? Was it some kind of prank? But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The fear in my voice, the things I had said, it all felt too real. As the hours ticked by, I heard the same faint footsteps again, this time from below. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone is somewhere me. I spent the next few days in a fog, constantly checking over my shoulder and listening for any sign of movement. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was lurking just out of sight, waiting to remind me of what I had forgotten. And each time I replayed the voicemail, it only deepened the mystery, drawing me further into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Story 19. I sat in my living room, scrolling through my phone when a notification popped up. It was a message from an unknown number. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, wondering who it could be. The message contained an invitation to a party sent from a friend I hadn't heard from in years, Lily. She had passed away 2 years ago in a tragic accident. The message was simple, almost too casual, but the address listed was my own apartment, and the note read, "You're already here." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. My mind raced, trying to process the words. How could Lily be sending me an invitation? She was dead. I had attended her funeral, mourned her loss, and accepted that she was gone. I checked the sender's number again, hoping it was some kind of mistake, but it was still an unfamiliar number, with no trace of who might have sent it. My fingers trembled as I stared at the message, unsure whether I should ignore it or take it seriously. The eerie feeling in my chest only grew as I reread the message. I glanced at the clock. It was already late, around 10 p.m. I hadn't heard anything about a party, nor did I recognize the time or date mentioned in the message. It was strange, unsettling, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Something inside me told me to go, but another part of me screamed to stay put. I took a deep breath and grabbed my jacket, determined to find out who was behind this strange message. Maybe it was a prank, maybe it wasn't, but I couldn't ignore it. I stepped out into the cold night air, locking the door behind me. The streets were quiet, almost too quiet for a Saturday night. I glanced at my phone again, checking the address. It was unmistakable. It was my building. My stomach twisted with confusion. I lived on the 5th floor, and the invitation didn't mention any specific apartment number, but the idea that it was coming from my own home seemed wrong. Still, I walked towards the building, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. As I entered the building, the hallway lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I felt a strange pressure in the air, like I wasn't alone. I looked around but saw no one else. The silence was deafening, the only sound my footsteps echoing off the walls. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. My mind raced as I reached the door to my apartment, the door I had locked just moments ago. The feeling of dread intensified. When I turned the knob and stepped inside, the apartment felt different. It wasn't the same as I had left it. The air was colder, and the dim lighting cast long, distorted shadows across the room. The television was on, playing static. It had been off when I left. The kitchen light flickered, and the silence was oppressive. I glanced around, trying to make sense of it, but nothing seemed right. My heart pounded in my chest as I walked further inside, looking for any sign of life. The living room was still, save for the flickering television. But then I saw it there, on the coffee table, was another invitation. This one looked exactly like the one I had received on my phone. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. My breath caught in my throat as I picked it up. The same words were written on the front, "You're already here." But there was no signature, no clue as to who had sent it. The same feeling of unease settled in my chest, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the paper. I felt like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. Suddenly, I heard a soft knock at the door. I froze. No one else lived on this floor. My pulse quickened as I cautiously approached the door. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Was it someone playing a prank on me, or was it something else? The knock came again, more urgent this time. I slowly opened the door, half expecting to see nothing, but what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. There, standing in the hallway, was Lily. Her appearance was exactly as I remembered: her long, dark hair, her warm smile, but her eyes, they were empty, hollow. Her smile was wide, almost too wide, and it felt wrong. "You came," she said, her voice low and almost too soft. "I'd been waiting for you." I couldn't move, my body frozen in place. How could she be standing there? She was dead. I had seen her body. I had said my goodbyes. I wanted to ask how this was possible, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I stepped back, feeling a strange force pulling me further into the apartment. Lily followed me inside, her presence chilling the room even more. I glanced around, but everything seemed the same. The TV still flickered, the kitchen light still buzzed, and the invitation still sat on the coffee table. But Lily, she didn't belong here. She couldn't. "Don't worry," she said, stepping closer, her voice sweet and calm. "This is just how it is now. We're together again." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My mind couldn't comprehend what was happening. Was this a dream? A nightmare? Or was this something more sinister? I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if the room was closing in around me, the walls pressing in tighter with each passing second. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My body was no longer my own. I was trapped, caught in this bizarre and terrifying moment. I looked at Lily one last time, her smile growing wider, her eyes darkening with something that wasn't human. The last thing I remembered was the invitation, the words etched in my mind: "You're already here." The world around me went black. Story 20. I woke up to the sound of my alarm blaring, pulling me from a deep sleep. As I stretched and yawned, I glanced around the room, letting my eyes adjust to the soft morning light filtering through the curtains. My eyes then landed on the floor beside my bed, where something caught my attention. There, lying next to my slippers, was a photo of me sleeping. At first, I thought I must have dropped it during the night, but then I realized something was off. The photo wasn't one I recognized. It wasn't a picture I had taken or even one I'd seen before. It was a picture of me, lying on my side, fast asleep in my bed, the covers tangled around my legs. The scariest part: the photo had clearly been taken after I had locked all the windows and doors before going to sleep the night before. I sat up quickly, my heart racing. The room suddenly felt smaller, as though the walls were closing in around me. I looked around, checking every corner, but nothing seemed out of place. The curtains were drawn, and the window was still locked tight, just like I'd left it. My bedroom door was closed, and the lock on it was still secure. Yet there it was, the photo of me, taken from somewhere in the room while I was completely unaware. I picked up the photo cautiously, studying it closely. The lighting was dim and the image had a strange quality to it, almost as if it had been taken with an old camera, the edges slightly blurred. There was no sign of anyone in the shot, just me, curled up in bed. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it could be a mistake, maybe something I had forgotten about. But the more I looked at the photo, the more it unsettled me. My mind raced, trying to think of a logical explanation. Had I been sleepwalking? Could I have taken the photo myself without remembering? No, I knew that wasn't possible. I always made sure to lock everything up before bed, and I never left my room unlocked. The thought of someone being in my house while I was asleep made my stomach churn. I stood up and walked over to the window, checking it again. It was locked, just as I had left it the night before. I did the same with the door, double-checking the deadbolt. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had broken in. Yet the photo was undeniable. Someone had been in my room while I slept, and they had taken the picture without waking me. A chill ran down my spine as I considered the possibility that I wasn't alone in the house. The thought made my skin crawl, and I felt an overwhelming urge to leave. But where could I go? My phone was charging on the desk, so I grabbed it and quickly dialed a friend. I needed to talk to someone, to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. "Hello?" my friend answered groggily. "Hey, it's me," I said, my voice trembling. "I need help. Something's wrong." I quickly explained what had happened, my words spilling out in a rush. I told them about the photo, how I had locked everything up before bed, and how the photo was taken after I had done so. My friend was silent for a moment, and then they said something that only made my fear grow. "You need to call the police. This isn't normal. Someone has been in your house." I hung up the phone, feeling a sense of dread settle over me. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Someone had been in my home, and they were watching me while I slept. The thought made my skin crawl, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I needed to find out who it was, but I had no idea where to start. I decided to check the security footage, hoping it would provide some answers. I pulled up the footage from the night before, my heart pounding in my chest. I watched as the hours passed, the footage showing nothing unusual. There were no signs of anyone entering or leaving the house. The windows and doors remained locked just as I had left them. But as I fast-forwarded through the footage, something caught my eye. Near the end of the video, there was a brief flicker of movement in the corner of the frame. I rewound the footage and watched again. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but there it was, a shadow moving across the hallway, just outside my bedroom door. I felt my stomach drop. Someone had been inside the house and they had somehow avoided the security cameras. The shadow moved so quickly that I could barely make it out, but it was there, lurking in the dark, watching me. I grabbed the photo again, studying it more carefully. The figure in the shadow on the security footage was hard to make out, but it seemed to be just outside my bedroom door, looking in. I tried to piece everything together. How had they gotten in? How had they taken the photo without waking me? But the answers eluded me, leaving me with more questions than before. I decided to leave the house. I couldn't stay there, not with the knowledge that someone had been watching me while I slept. I grabbed my bag, stuffed my phone into my pocket, and made my way to the front door. As I reached for the handle, I froze. There, taped to the door, was another photo. It was a picture of me standing in the doorway, just as I was about to leave. The photo was taken from the outside, and the person who had taken it had been watching me the entire time. I didn't wait to investigate further. I turned and ran, not looking back. Story 21. I was in the middle of my usual Saturday routine, doing laundry and cleaning the house. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind where I could lose myself in the simple tasks without a care in the world. My home was small, tucked away on a quiet street, and I liked it that way. I had no neighbors who bothered me, no loud noises to disturb my peace. Just me and the calm solitude I enjoyed. The basement was a familiar place to me, though it always carried a certain chill. I didn't mind it though. I went down there often to do laundry, store things I didn't need, and occasionally poke through old boxes filled with forgotten memories. Today I was focused on getting the laundry done, and the task seemed routine enough. I grabbed my basket and headed down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I immediately noticed something out of place. Next to the washing machine, sitting in the middle of the floor, were a pair of muddy boots. I froze. The boots looked brand new, the kind you might wear for a hike or some outdoor work. But that wasn't what unsettled me. What unsettled me was that I lived alone. No one else had access to my house, and I certainly hadn't left muddy boots in the basement. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing. The boots weren't just sitting there, they were placed deliberately next to the washing machine, as if someone had been there recently. I hadn't heard any noise, hadn't seen anyone outside my window. My mind raced with questions. Had I forgotten something? Was there a logical explanation for this? But nothing made sense. I slowly walked toward the boots, my heart beating faster with every step. I knelt down and touched them. The mud was fresh, still damp and caked around the soles. It wasn't just dirt, it looked like it had been tracked through some kind of wet, mucky ground. But the strangest part was that there was no sign of anyone else in the basement. No footprints leading to or from the boots. It was as if they had just appeared out of nowhere. I backed away slowly, my mind scrambling for an explanation. Had someone been in my house without me knowing? But the doors had been locked. I had double-checked everything before going to bed last night. No one had been inside, or at least I thought no one had. I walked over to the door at the top of the basement stairs and peeked out. The house was quiet, just like it had been when I left it this morning. I went back down, trying to think logically. Maybe I had forgotten about the boots. Maybe I had left them there and simply didn't remember. But the thought didn't sit right with me. The boots were too clean for that. I hadn't worn them in months, and I definitely hadn't left them in the basement. There was no reason for them to be there. I turned around and began to do the laundry, trying to push the unsettling feeling to the back of my mind. But every time I glanced over at the boots, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like someone had been there, watching me. I finished up as quickly as I could, trying not to look at the boots again. But they stayed in my peripheral vision, as if they were calling out to me. When I was done, I hurried upstairs, closing the basement door behind me. I stood there for a moment, listening to the silence in the house. I was alone. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I hadn't felt alone in that basement. The air had felt heavier, like someone was watching me from the shadows. I shook my head, trying to shake off the creeping paranoia. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the boots in my mind's eye. I kept thinking about how fresh the mud had looked, how they had just appeared out of nowhere. I tossed and turned, convinced that someone had been in my house. But who and why? The questions swirled in my head, making it impossible to rest. The next morning I woke up early, my mind still racing. I decided to go down to the basement again, hoping that I'd find the boots gone, or that something would explain their presence. But when I reached the bottom of the stairs, my breath caught in my throat. The boots were still there, right next to the washing machine. But now, there was something else. A note was lying on top of them, folded neatly and resting just beneath the laces. I walked over, my hands trembling as I picked up the note. It was simple, just a few words written in neat handwriting. "I've been waiting for you." My blood ran cold. Who had left this? And why? My mind raced with 1,000 different possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. I couldn't make sense of it. No one had come into my house. No one had left anything behind. But now there was undeniable proof that someone had been there, in my basement, leaving their mark. I ran upstairs, locked the door, and called the police. I explained the situation, my voice shaking with fear. They promised to send someone over, but deep down I knew they wouldn't find anything. How could they? There was no evidence of anyone breaking in, no signs of forced entry. The boots were still there, but they weren't going to get any answers. The police came and checked the house, but as expected, they didn't find anything unusual. The boots remained in the basement, and the note was gone. I never found out who had been in my house that day, or why they had left the boots, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something was watching me, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And no matter how many times I locked my doors or checked my windows, I knew it wasn't over. Story 22. It was a quiet night, the kind where every creak of the house seemed amplified in the stillness. I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, trying to quiet my racing thoughts. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the occasional rustle of the trees outside. That was when I heard a faint whisper, barely audible at first, but distinct enough to make me freeze. At first, I thought I had imagined it. My mind was probably playing tricks on me, conjuring up sounds in the silence of the night. But then, the whisper came again, clearer this time. "Come here," it said, the words so soft, yet they carried a weight that made my skin crawl. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, my breath shallow as I strained to listen. The voice sounded too close, too real to be a figment of my imagination. I threw the covers off and quickly stood up, my legs shaky as I made my way to the door. The house was eerily quiet now, and I felt the air grow colder as I stepped into the hallway. I checked each room, bathroom, guest room, and the small study, but all were empty. I even checked the basement, but the faint smell of dust and old wood was the only thing that greeted me. I tried to steady my breathing, but the whispering didn't stop. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned back to the stairs and slowly made my way down, my footsteps muffled by the carpet. The house felt like it was holding its breath, as if it too were waiting for something. I flicked on the light in the living room, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the room was just as I had left it. The couch, the coffee table, the dim light from the street lamp outside casting long shadows through the window. No one was there. But the whispering, it was still there. Now it seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. "Come here," the voice repeated, each time more insistent, more desperate. My heart hammered in my chest as I glanced around, searching for the source. The air felt thick, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. I stepped cautiously toward the hallway, the whispering following me like a shadow, growing louder with each step. I reached the front door, checking the locks just to reassure myself that no one had entered while I wasn't paying attention. The locks clicked into place, but the whispering didn't stop. I felt a chill run down my spine as I turned back toward the stairs. The house seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing in as though they were alive. I wanted to leave, to run out into the night and never look back, but I couldn't move. It was as if the house had me trapped. I tried to ignore the voice, tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But no matter how much I willed it to stop, the whispering continued. It seemed to grow louder, as if it was right behind me. "Come here," it repeated, now sounding almost pleading. I spun around, but the room was empty. My pulse raced, and I felt a bead of sweat form at the back of my neck. I made my way back upstairs, each step slower than the last, as though I was moving through thick, heavy air. The whispering followed me, the sound swirling around my ears like a breeze that never touched my skin. I checked the bathroom, the closets, even under the bed. No one was there. The house remained as still and silent as it had been before, but the voice refused to fade. I sank to the floor in the hallway, my back against the wall, trying to calm my breathing. I was alone in the house, I told myself. There was no one here. But the whispering refused to stop, and it seemed to be coming from the very walls, vibrating through the wood and plaster. I covered my ears, hoping to block it out, but it was no use. The voice was inside my head now, and it felt like it was crawling under my skin. "Come here," it repeated, this time sounding more urgent, more frantic. I could feel my mind starting to unravel. I had to find out what was causing this, had to understand what was happening. But no matter how many times I checked every room, every corner, there was nothing. There was no one. The house felt alive now, as though it was breathing with me. The walls seemed to shift, the floorboards creaking under my weight as I moved. I walked down the hall, the whispering growing louder with each step, until it felt like it was coming from all directions at once. It was overwhelming, suffocating. I could hardly breathe as the voice pressed into my mind, urging me forward, pulling me towards something I couldn't understand. I stood in front of the closet, the door slightly ajar. I hadn't checked it yet, but something told me that's where the whispering was coming from. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle, the cold metal sending a shock through my body. I opened the door, and the room inside was dark, just like the rest of the house. There was nothing there. Nothing except for the silence that now seemed to fill the space. But the whispering didn't stop. It was inside my head now, a voice I couldn't escape, a presence I couldn't outrun. It was like it had taken root inside me, and no matter how much I tried to fight it, it wouldn't let go. I wanted to scream, to cry out for help, but the words stuck in my throat. I was alone, trapped in a house that felt like it was alive, and there was nothing I could do to make it stop. Story 23. I had just started my new job, excited about the opportunity and eager to meet my new colleagues. It was a fresh start in a new city, and everything seemed to be falling into place. My desk was set up with the usual office supplies, and I settled in, ready to begin. As I unpacked my things, I noticed a folder placed neatly in the center of my desk. It seemed out of place considering I hadn't been briefed about any documents or materials I was supposed to have on my first day. Curious, I picked up the folder and flipped it open. The first page was a detailed outline of my background, including my previous jobs, education, and even personal hobbies I had never shared with anyone at the office. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. There were notes about my childhood, my family, and even my daily routines, things I had never told anyone. I could feel my heart race as I scanned the pages, wondering who could have written this and how they knew so much about me. The notes weren't just vague observations, they were specific. There were comments about the places I frequented, the restaurants I liked, and even a note about a recent trip I had taken. I hadn't mentioned anything about the trip to anyone at the office, and yet the details were written down with unsettling accuracy. The further I read, the more disturbed I became. How could anyone have known all of this? Who was behind this, and what did they want from me? I looked around the office, trying to make sense of what was happening. The room was filled with people, all of them focused on their own tasks, none of them paying attention to me. I wondered if someone was watching me, waiting for me to make sense of it, but the idea seemed ridiculous. This wasn't a movie, and I wasn't in some thriller. Still, the folder in my hands felt too real to ignore. I closed the folder and sat back in my chair, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I considered asking my supervisor about the folder, but something held me back. What if it was some sort of mistake? A mix-up with another employee? What if they had gotten my information from somewhere else? I decided to wait until later, hoping the situation would resolve itself, but the unease lingered. As the day went on, I tried to focus on my work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every time I glanced at the folder, my mind would race, and I found myself unable to concentrate on anything else. I had been at the company for less than a day, and yet I already felt like I was being watched. The folder had contained too much information, things that were far beyond a casual conversation or a public record. Whoever had written it had been paying attention to me for far longer than I realized. At lunch, I sat in the break room with a few colleagues, trying to appear normal. I made small talk with them, but my mind kept drifting back to the folder. The details in it seemed so specific, as though someone had been tracking my every move. I didn't know who to trust, and the idea that someone at the office could be spying on me made my skin crawl. I tried to shake the thought, but it kept creeping back into my mind, like an insidious whisper that I couldn't escape. When the workday ended, I couldn't bring myself to leave the office without knowing more. I had to find out who had put the folder on my desk and why. I decided to speak to my supervisor, hoping for some kind of explanation. As I approached her office, my stomach churned with anxiety. What would I say? How could I even begin to explain the folder without sounding paranoid? I knocked on her door and entered, trying to keep my voice steady. I found something on my desk today, I began, my words stumbling over each other. A folder. It had some personal information about me, things I've never shared with anyone here. I watched her closely, searching for any sign of recognition or understanding, but her face remained neutral, and she didn't seem surprised at all. "Oh," she said, leaning back in her chair. "That must be part of the onboarding process. We gather information about all our new employees to help with their integration. It's just standard procedure." Her tone was calm, but something about it didn't sit right with me. I hadn't been told about any such procedure, and the folder didn't feel like something that would be part of a normal onboarding process. But I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I nodded and left her office, though the unease in my chest only deepened. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, the details from the folder flashed through my mind. How could they have known so much about me? And why? I tried to convince myself that it was just an error, that I was overreacting. But deep down I knew something wasn't right. The next morning I checked my desk again, hoping the folder had somehow disappeared or that it had been a mistake. But it was still there, exactly where I had left it. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every interaction with my coworkers felt loaded, as if they knew something I didn't. I began to notice little things that hadn't stood out before: strange looks, hushed conversations when I entered a room, and an overall sense of unease that seemed to follow me wherever I went. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking over my shoulder, wondering who might be keeping tabs on me. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I started going through the company's employee records, trying to find any hint of who might have compiled the information in the folder. But every time I tried to dig deeper, I hit dead ends. No one seemed to know anything about the folder, and every lead I followed only led to more questions. The more I searched, the more I realized that the company was hiding something, and I was at the center of it. It wasn't long before I started receiving strange messages, cryptic notes left on my desk, emails with no subject line, and even odd phone calls from unrecognized numbers. Each message seemed to be a reminder that someone was watching me, someone who knew more about my life than I did. The line between paranoia and reality blurred, and I couldn't escape the feeling that I was in too deep. I had started my new job with excitement and hope, but now I found myself trapped in a web of surveillance and secrecy. Whoever was behind this knew far more than they should, and I couldn't help but wonder what they wanted from me or what they planned to do next. Story 24. I had just finished dinner and was relaxing on the couch when I noticed something odd. My cat Whiskers was sitting in the hallway, perfectly still, staring intently at the wall. At first, I thought it was just one of those quirky cat moments where they get fixated on something invisible, like a speck of dust or a reflection. But as time passed, I realized she hadn't moved an inch. It was as if she were waiting for something or someone. I glanced at the clock. Hours had gone by and Whiskers hadn't moved. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the same spot, and her tail wasn't twitching, which was unusual for her. I called her name softly, but she didn't respond. The more I watched her, the more uneasy I became. I stood up and walked over to her, kneeling down beside her. "What's wrong, girl?" I whispered, but she didn't budge. Her focus remained unbroken. Curious, I followed her gaze to the spot she was staring at. There was nothing there that I could see, just the bare wall and the soft light from the hallway lamp casting faint shadows. But the way she stared at it so intensely made my skin crawl. I thought maybe there was something hidden there, some small crack or a shadow that had caught her attention. I got up and walked to the hallway, my footsteps echoing softly in the quiet house. I stood in front of the spot, my eyes scanning the wall for any signs of something out of place. The wall looked normal, nothing unusual, no marks, no holes. But I felt a strange sensation, as though something was just beyond my perception. It was as if the air around me had thickened, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked back at Whiskers, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes were still locked on the spot, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she was seeing something I couldn't. I turned away from the wall and walked back to the living room, my thoughts racing. Maybe I was just overthinking things. Cats do strange things, and it was probably just a weird coincidence. But I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in my gut. Something about Whiskers' behavior didn't sit right with me. I tried to distract myself, picking up a book, but my mind kept drifting back to the hallway. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me there. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to check again. I couldn't help myself. I had to know what was going on. As I approached the hallway, I saw that Whiskers was still in the same position, staring intently at the wall. But this time, there was something different. A small, crumpled piece of paper was lying on the floor, just a few feet away from her. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't noticed it before. How had it gotten there? I cautiously approached the note, my eyes scanning the hallway as if expecting something to jump out at me. I bent down and picked up the crumpled paper. It was old and slightly yellowed, like it had been there for a while. My fingers trembled as I unfurled it, and I froze when I saw what was written on it. The words were simple, but they sent a chill through me. "You can't hide." I stared at the note for a moment, trying to process what I had just read. The handwriting was messy, as if the person who wrote it had been in a hurry. But there was something eerie about it, as if the words were meant for me. I glanced at Whiskers, who hadn't moved an inch. Her eyes were still locked on the same spot, as though nothing had changed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted in the air, something dark and ominous. I turned the note over, hoping to find more clues, but the back was blank. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who had left the note? And why was it in my house? I looked around the hallway again, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was quiet, too quiet. The air felt thick, heavy, as though something was waiting for me just beyond the corner. I looked back at Whiskers, and this time I noticed something strange. Her eyes weren't just fixed on the wall anymore. They were scanning the hallway, slowly moving from side to side, as if she were tracking something. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. It was like she was waiting for something to happen, something I couldn't see. I backed away slowly, still holding the note in my hand. My thoughts were racing, but I couldn't come up with an explanation for what was happening. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was lurking just out of sight. I turned around and headed back to the living room, my mind a whirlwind of questions. Who had left the note? What did it mean? And why was Whiskers acting so strangely? I decided to check the rest of the house, but as I walked through each room, nothing seemed out of place. Everything was exactly how I had left it. The windows were locked, the doors were shut. But no matter how much I reassured myself, the sense of unease wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was hidden in the walls, something I wasn't supposed to find. That night, I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, sent me into a state of alertness. I kept thinking about the note, about the way Whiskers had stared at the wall for hours. Something wasn't right, and I knew it. I just didn't know what it was. All I could do was wait, hoping that whatever was lurking in the shadows would reveal itself before it was too late. Story 25. I had decided to go to bed early that night, hoping to catch up on some much-needed rest. The house was quiet, the only sound being the occasional creak of the floorboards as I settled under the covers. My phone was charging on the nightstand, its soft glow illuminating the dark room. I had just closed my eyes when the first buzz broke the silence, followed by another, and then another. I groggily reached for my phone, irritated by the interruption. The screen lit up with a notification, multiple texts, all from my own number. My heart skipped a beat as I read the first one, "I'm coming." Confused, I rubbed my eyes and stared at the screen, unsure of what was happening. I hadn't sent any messages, let alone one with such an ominous tone. I quickly opened the thread, only to find that the other messages were identical. "I'm coming." Each one was sent at regular intervals, the timestamp showing that they had been delivered in the past few minutes. I checked the phone's call log, wondering if maybe I had accidentally sent them while half asleep, but there was nothing. No outgoing calls, no sign of anything out of the ordinary except for the fact that I had no memory of sending these texts. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the screen, my finger hovering over the reply button. Should I respond? Could it be some sort of prank? But who would send me such a cryptic message, especially from my own number? I felt a sense of dread settle over me, the silence of the room suddenly feeling suffocating. Another buzz. I jumped, my heart racing as I looked down at my phone again. Another message from my number. "I'm coming." This time it was followed by a new message. "You can't stop me." My breath caught in my throat. I didn't type that. I hadn't even touched the phone. The messages were appearing on their own, as if someone or something was controlling it. I quickly checked the locks on the doors and windows, even though I knew they were secure. I didn't feel safe in my own home anymore. The idea that someone was messing with me, watching me from the outside, made my skin crawl. I pulled the covers up to my chin, trying to shake the feeling of being watched, but it was useless. The messages kept coming. Another buzz. I'm closer. My fingers trembled as I read the words. It didn't make sense. How could anyone be sending these from my phone? I had no explanation. My thoughts raced, and I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Was I dreaming? Was this some kind of nightmare? I pinched myself, but the sharp pain confirmed that I was wide awake. I sat up in bed, my phone clutched tightly in my hand, as if somehow holding it would give me again control over the situation. But nothing changed. The messages kept appearing, each one more sinister than the last. I can see you. I felt a cold sweat form on my forehead, my body trembling with fear. The walls of the room seemed to close in on me, and the darkness outside the window felt oppressive. The thought crossed my mind, what if someone had hacked into my phone? But how? I hadn't given anyone access to it, and there was no reason for me to believe that anyone could have gained control over it. I tried to rationalize, but the unease in my chest only grew. My mind spun with theories, each one more unsettling than the last. Another buzz. I'm here. My breath hitched as I looked at the message. It was impossible. There was no one outside. I hadn't heard any footsteps, no car pulling into the driveway, no sign of movement outside my window. I got up, walked over to the window, and peered out into the darkness. The street was empty. No cars, no people. Just the faint glow of streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement. I checked the front door. It was still locked. The house was quiet, eerily so. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that someone was out there, waiting for me. The messages on my phone seemed to confirm my fear. I'm right behind you. I turned around quickly, my heart racing in my chest. The room was empty. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I slowly backed away from the window, my eyes darting around the room, searching for any sign of movement. Another buzz. You can't hide. The message sent a jolt of panic through me. I ran to the door, opened it, and stepped outside, hoping to find some answers. The cold air hit my face, but there was no one there. No one hiding in the shadows, no sign of any movement, just the stillness of the night. I stood there for a moment, trying to collect my thoughts. How could this be happening? Who was sending these messages, and how were they able to do it from my phone? I had to figure out what was going on. I walked back inside, shutting the door behind me. As I did, my phone buzzed again. Too late. The message sent a wave of cold dread through me, and I felt a strange pressure in the room, as if something was pressing in on me from all sides. I looked around, my eyes wide with fear, but there was nothing there. Just the silence, and the unsettling feeling that something was very, very wrong. Suddenly I heard a noise, faint but unmistakable. A soft scratching sound coming from the direction of the hallway. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. The noise grew louder, closer. My mind raced, but I couldn't think clearly. My feet felt rooted to the floor as the sound drew nearer. Another buzz. I'm in your house. I turned slowly, my body frozen with fear. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the lamp in the living room. But I couldn't move. The messages had stopped, but the fear in my chest was overwhelming. I had no idea what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: whatever it wasn't over. Story 26. It was a regular evening, the kind where nothing out of the ordinary happens. I had just settled onto the couch, remote in hand, preparing to watch a new episode of my favorite show. The room was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from the flickering TV screen. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, interrupting the quiet hum of the night. When I picked it up, I saw an unfamiliar email address flashing on the screen, the subject line simply reading, "Watch this." A wave of curiosity mixed with a slight sense of unease washed over me. I wasn't one to open random emails, especially ones from unknown senders, but something about this one felt different. The email had no message, only a video attachment. My finger hovered over the screen for a moment before I reluctantly tapped it. I wasn't sure why, but something inside me urged me to open it to see what it was. As soon as the video started, I froze. The footage was shaky at first, then it settled into a clear view of my living room. It was me, sitting on the couch, eyes glued to the TV. The video had been taken through the window, the frame of the glass slightly distorting the image. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched myself on screen, completely unaware that someone was filming me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I quickly paused the video, my mind racing. How could this person have gotten footage of me in my own home? The curtains were always drawn, the windows closed tight. I had never seen anyone outside my window, let alone someone with a camera. My thoughts spiraled as I tried to piece together how this was possible. The video continued playing, showing me shifting on the couch, adjusting the blanket around me, all while the camera remained perfectly still outside. I replayed the video, this time paying closer attention to the details. The angle was perfect, as though the person filming had been standing in just the right spot to capture my every move. I could see the reflection of the TV screen in the window, and the soft glow from the living room lamp cast shadows on the walls. There was no doubt in my mind that this video was recent. It had to have been taken within the last few hours. I felt a surge of panic rising in my chest. Who was watching me? How long had they been there? My hands trembled as I tried to think logically. It could have been a prank, right? But the thought of someone having access to my personal space without me noticing sent chills down my spine. I glanced toward the window, half expecting to see someone standing outside, but there was nothing, just the dark, empty street. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, like a shadow creeping just out of sight. I immediately closed the email and deleted it, but the unease remained. I couldn't shake the image of myself on the screen, unaware of the voyeur outside my window. I tried to tell myself that it was just a fluke, that maybe the person had filmed the wrong house. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The way the video had been taken so carefully, so deliberately, suggested that this person had been watching me for longer than I was comfortable with. I got up from the couch and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains just enough to peer outside. The street was quiet, bathed in the pale glow of streetlights. There was no sign of anyone lurking nearby. I checked the other windows in the house, just to be sure. Everything seemed normal, but the nagging feeling of being observed didn't go away. I decided to call the police, my mind already racing through what I would say. How could I explain this to them? That I had received a video from an unknown sender, showing me in my own home. It sounded absurd, even to my own ears. Still, I couldn't ignore the fear gnawing at me. I needed to do something, anything, to make sure I wasn't being followed or stalked. When the officer answered the phone, I tried to explain the situation, but it was difficult to find the right words. "I got this email," I said, my voice shaky. It had a video attached, a video of me in my living room, taken through the window. There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and then the officer spoke. "Well, do you have the email still? Can you forward it to us?" I nodded, though I knew they wouldn't be able to do much with just an email. But I followed his instructions, sending the video and any details I could provide. The officer reassured me that they would investigate, but I could tell by his tone that he didn't believe it was as serious as I felt it was. "We'll keep an eye out in the area," he said, "but you should be aware of your surroundings. If you feel unsafe, don't hesitate to call us again." I hung up, feeling both relieved and unsatisfied. I wanted answers, not vague assurances. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, set my nerves on edge. I kept checking the windows, making sure they were still locked, peering outside to see if anyone was watching. But each time I looked, the street was empty, silent. The video kept playing in my mind, the image of myself on the couch, completely unaware of the person lurking outside. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I went about my usual routine, trying to shake off the lingering sense of dread. I told myself it was just a random incident, a one-off event. But as I went about my day, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was off. Every time I passed a window, I found myself looking outside, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. By the end of the day, I had convinced myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone had been watching me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, waiting. The thought lingered in the back of my mind, gnawing at me, reminding me that I wasn't safe. Story 27. I woke up one morning, the sun barely peeking through the blinds, casting a soft light across the room. As I stretched and rubbed my eyes, I noticed something strange out of the corner of my vision. There, hanging on the back of my door, was a coat. It wasn't mine. I live alone, and I was certain I hadn't seen it before. The coat was a deep maroon, a color I wouldn't typically choose, with a silver zipper and a hood that hung loosely, as if it had been carelessly draped there. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I stood frozen for a few moments, my mind racing. The coat looked new, almost pristine, with no signs of wear. It didn't match anything in my wardrobe. I couldn't even recall the last time I had seen someone else in my apartment, let alone leave something behind. My first thought was that perhaps a friend had come by without telling me, but I quickly dismissed it. I hadn't had any visitors in days, and the coat seemed far too out of place for it to be something they'd left behind. It was as though it had appeared overnight, with no explanation at all. I slowly approached the coat, my hands trembling slightly. The fabric was soft to the touch, and I could feel the coolness of it, as if it had been worn recently. I searched the pockets, half expecting to find something that might explain its sudden appearance, but they were empty. Nothing. Just the strange, unfamiliar coat hanging there like a silent, eerie reminder that something wasn't right. I couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of dread settle on my chest. I decided to take the coat off the door, wanting to rid myself of the unsettling sight. As I held it in my hands, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just the coat that was out of place, it was everything about the situation. It felt wrong, like a piece of a puzzle that didn't belong. I thought back to the night before, trying to recall any odd occurrences. I had gone to bed late after watching a movie and had locked all the doors as usual. I hadn't heard any noises, no knocks at the door, no footsteps in the hallway. Yet, somehow, this coat had found its way into my home. I began to feel paranoid, like someone had been inside while I slept. But how? I lived on the third floor of an apartment building, and I always made sure to lock every window and door before bed. I had a routine. I was careful, yet there was no denying the coat's presence. It was as real as anything else in the room. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was some kind of prank, though it seemed far too personal for that. Who would leave something like this behind? And why? I quickly checked the apartment, moving through each room with growing anxiety. The windows were locked, the front door was secure, and nothing else seemed out of place. But the more I thought about it, the more I began to feel like I wasn't alone in the apartment. I could almost hear the faintest sounds, like footsteps in the hallway outside my door, but whenever I checked, there was no one there. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Had I imagined the coat? Or had someone really been in my apartment? The rest of the day passed in a haze, my mind unable to focus on anything else. I kept checking the door, half expecting to see the coat hanging there again, but it didn't appear. For a while I thought I had overreacted, that maybe I had been too quick to jump to conclusions. Perhaps it was a simple mistake, a forgotten coat from a friend I had forgotten about, but something about it didn't sit right with me. That evening I decided to leave the apartment for a while, hoping some fresh air would clear my head. I took a walk around the block, trying to distract myself from the strange occurrence. But no matter how far I walked, the nagging feeling that something was wrong never left me. It was as though the coat had somehow left an imprint on my mind, and I couldn't escape it. The thought of someone having been inside my apartment while I slept haunted me, and I couldn't shake the image of the coat hanging there, so calmly and deliberately placed. When I returned home later that night, I cautiously approached the door. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but I knew I had to check. The coat was gone. At first I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. Maybe it had all been a figment of my imagination, a trick my mind had played on me. But as I stepped inside, something caught my eye. A single thread from the coat lay on the floor, near the door, as though it had been pulled loose just moments before. I froze. The thread was unmistakable. It matched the fabric of the coat perfectly. But the coat was gone. My heart raced as I stared at the small piece of fabric on the floor. It was a small thing, barely noticeable, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. Someone had been in my apartment. They had left the coat, and now it was gone, but the thread remained. It was as if they had never really left at all. I quickly locked the door behind me, my mind reeling. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces didn't add up. There were no signs of forced entry, no other clues to suggest anyone had been in the apartment. But the thread was undeniable, and I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that this was only the beginning of something much larger, something I couldn't yet understand. Whoever had left the coat had been watching me, and they were still out there, waiting. Story 28. It was a quiet evening when I first noticed the smell. A faint, lingering scent of cigarette smoke that didn't belong in my apartment. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from, but it was strong enough to make my eyes water slightly. I frowned, confused. I didn't smoke, and neither did anyone I knew. I checked the kitchen, the bathroom, and even the balcony, but the smell didn't seem to be coming from anywhere specific. The more I tried to ignore it, the more the smell persisted, filling the apartment with an unsettling presence. It was like it was seeping into the walls, hanging in the air like an unwanted guest. I couldn't make sense of it. I had lived here for over a year, and nothing like this had ever happened before. It was a smell I didn't recognize, but it felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere in the past, and couldn't quite remember when. I decided to check the hallway outside my apartment, hoping that maybe it was coming from one of the other units. I stepped into the hallway and took a deep breath, but the cigarette smoke smell was just as strong out here. My heart skipped a beat. The hallway was empty, save for the faint hum of the building's old fluorescent lights. I stood there for a moment, wondering if I was imagining things, but the scent was unmistakable. I was certain I wasn't the only one who would have noticed it if it had been coming from another apartment. As I turned to head back into my own apartment, something caught my eye on the floor. A small, charred object lay near the entrance to my door. I crouched down to get a closer look and saw that it was a burnt match, its tip blackened and smoldering faintly. My breath caught in my throat. There was no reason for a match to be on the floor outside my apartment. I hadn't used any matches recently, nor had I seen anyone else use them. I picked it up carefully, inspecting it. The match was clearly burnt, but there was no sign of it being recently used. It had been dropped or left there, but by who? And why? My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. It was too strange to be an accident, too deliberate to be ignored. Someone had been here. Someone had been outside my apartment, and I hadn't even heard them. I quickly returned inside, locking the door behind me. I set the burnt match down on the kitchen counter, my hands trembling slightly. I needed to figure out what was going on. My mind kept racing, running through the scenarios. Had someone broken in? No, everything seemed to be in place. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary inside my apartment. It was as if nothing had changed, but the smell, the match, they were undeniable. I went over the events of the evening in my head. I hadn't noticed anything unusual when I came home. I hadn't seen anyone in the building, nor had I heard any strange noises. The smell of smoke hadn't been there when I first entered, but by the time I had started cooking dinner, it had become noticeable. The match on the floor had appeared out of nowhere, and it left me with a sense of dread I couldn't shake. As I sat in the living room, trying to calm my racing thoughts, I kept thinking about the match. I had to know where it had come from. I got up again and went to the hallway, checking every corner for any sign of something out of place. The building was quiet, as it always was at night. There were no other residents in sight, and the silence was deafening. It was then that I noticed something else. A small scuff mark on the floor near the door to my apartment. It was barely noticeable, but it was there. It was as if someone had scraped something along the floor, dragging it slowly and deliberately. My heart skipped a beat as I knelt down to examine it. The mark led from the door to the spot where I had found the match. It was as if someone had come up to my door, dropped the match, and then walked away, leaving behind no trace but this faint scuff. I went back inside and locked the door again, trying to push the creeping fear down. It didn't make sense. There was no one else in the building who could have done this. The tenants were quiet, respectful, and had no reason to be anywhere near my apartment. And yet, here I was, sitting in my living room, surrounded by evidence that someone had been in the hallway just moments before. The smell of cigarette smoke lingered, stronger now, as if it was following me around the apartment. I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. It seemed to be everywhere, filling every room, every corner. I opened the windows, hoping the fresh air would help, but the smell wouldn't go away. It was as if it had soaked into the walls, into the very fabric of the apartment. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But the match on the floor, the scuff marks, the smell, none of it felt like a coincidence. I decided to call the building manager, hoping they could offer some explanation. I explained what had happened, the smell, the match, the scuff marks, and asked if there had been any reports of unusual activity in the building. The manager was quiet for a moment, and then said something that made my blood run cold. Actually, he said, there's been a few reports of strange occurrences in the building recently. Some of the tenants have mentioned smelling cigarette smoke, even though no one in the building smokes. And there have been reports of matches being found near doors, just like you described. I thought it was just a coincidence, but maybe it's something more. I felt a chill run down my spine. Someone had been in the building and they had been watching me. The realization hit me hard, and I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I wasn't imagining things. Someone was trying to get my attention, and I had no idea why. The sense of unease settled deep in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Story 29. I had just finished cleaning the house and was taking a moment to relax. The day had been long, and the quiet of my home felt like a relief after a hectic week. I was sitting on my bed, flipping through a book, when I decided to get up and grab a glass of water. As I walked toward the kitchen, I noticed something unusual, a small piece of paper poking out from underneath the bed. At first, I thought it was just another forgotten receipt or scrap of paper that had fallen there during my last cleaning session. But as I bent down to pick it up, a chill ran down my spine. The handwriting on the paper was unfamiliar, and the message written in neat, deliberate letters made my blood run cold. "I'm still here." Those words were enough to make my heart skip a beat. I stood there, frozen for a moment, staring at the paper in my hand. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Who had written this? How had it ended up under my bed? I hadn't had anyone over in weeks, and I always made sure to lock the doors when I went to sleep. There was no way anyone could have gotten inside without me noticing. Still, the note felt far too personal, as if someone had been watching me. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that was settling over me. Maybe it was just a prank, I thought. Perhaps one of my friends had left it there as a joke, but something about the note didn't sit right with me. The words were too simple, too direct. They weren't the kind of thing anyone I knew would write, not even as a prank. The more I thought about it, the more my anxiety grew. I turned the note over, hoping for some clue as to who had written it, but the back was blank. There were no fingerprints or markings that would give me any indication of where it had come from. My mind kept returning to the same thought. How did it get under my bed? I never left things lying around, especially not something so strange and ominous. I quickly made my way to the front door, checking to make sure it was locked. The deadbolt was in place, and the chain was secure, just as it should be. I walked through the house, checking every window, every door, but everything seemed normal. No signs of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been inside. Yet, the note under my bed told a different story. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my home, someone who knew I was here. I thought back to the past few days, trying to recall if anything unusual had happened. But everything had seemed normal until now. The thought of someone watching me, someone lurking just out of sight, made my skin crawl. I spent the next few hours trying to distract myself, but it was impossible to ignore the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking about the note, the way it had been hidden so carefully under my bed. It was almost as if someone had planned it, as if they had been waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. The idea of being watched, of having someone in my house without my knowledge, was more terrifying than I cared to admit. That night I tried to sleep, but the image of the note kept flashing through my mind. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, made me jump. I kept the lights on, hoping the familiarity of the room would bring me some comfort. But as the night wore on, the unease only grew. I kept hearing sounds that I couldn't explain, like footsteps in the hallway, or the faintest whisper of movement coming from downstairs. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move across the wall in the corner of my eye. My heart raced as I turned to look, but when I did, the room was empty. I was alone, or at least I thought I was. The thought that someone might be hiding in the house, just waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves, made my blood run cold. The next morning, I decided to take action. I couldn't keep living in fear, wondering if someone was lurking just outside my sight. I called a locksmith to change the locks on all the doors and windows, and I installed new security cameras around the house. I wasn't sure what I was trying to protect myself from, but I had to do something. The locksmith was kind enough to walk me through the process of setting up the security system, showing me how to monitor the cameras from my phone. It gave me a sense of control, a sense of safety that I desperately needed. But deep down, I knew that the real problem wasn't the locks or the cameras. The real problem was the feeling that I was no longer alone in my own home. As the days passed, I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, that the note had been a random occurrence, nothing more. But every time I looked at the camera footage, I couldn't help but wonder, what if someone was still watching me? What if the note had been a warning, a message that I hadn't fully understood? I began to notice things that I hadn't before. Small things, like the way the curtains would be slightly open in the morning when I was sure I'd closed them the night before, or the way the kitchen lights would flicker even though I hadn't touched them. It was as if the house itself was trying to tell me something, trying to make me realize that I wasn't imagining things. One evening, I decided to review the security footage from the previous night, hoping it would offer some peace of mind. As I scrolled through the video, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the corner of the screen, just outside the frame of the front door, there was a shadow. It wasn't the shadow of anyone I knew. It was tall and dark, and it moved in a way that made my heart race. It was there, just for a moment, and then it was gone. I paused the video, my breath caught in my throat. The shadow hadn't been there when I had checked the cameras earlier. It was as if someone had been standing there watching me, and had only moved when I wasn't looking. I stared at the footage for what felt like hours, the words on the note echoing in my mind, "I'm still here." Story 30. I was at the grocery store, standing in the cereal aisle, trying to decide which brand to pick. The hum of the fluorescent lights above and the chatter of other shoppers filled the air. A typical Saturday afternoon. My husband Jake was next to me, browsing the shelves for snacks. He picked up a box of chips and held it up with a smile, joking about how we didn't need any more junk food. Everything felt normal, calm and mundane until my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled my phone out, expecting a message from a friend or a reminder for something I'd forgotten. But when I looked at the screen, my heart skipped a beat. The message was from Jake, or at least it appeared to be from him. It read, "Do you know where I am?" I froze for a moment, staring at the words, trying to process what I was seeing. He was standing right next to me, holding the chips and looking at me with a playful grin. My mind raced as I glanced back at the phone. How could he be asking where he was if he was standing beside me? I turned to Jake, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you just text me?" I asked, holding up my phone so we could see the message. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of confusion passing over his face. "No, I didn't text you," he said, shaking his head. "Why would I? I'm right here." I frowned, feeling a knot form in my stomach. This wasn't making sense. I looked back at the phone, trying to make sense of the situation. The message was still there, as clear as day, and the sender's name was unmistakably his. I opened the text thread, checking for any signs that it could have been sent earlier, or maybe some kind of glitch. But there was nothing. The message was sent just seconds ago. I checked the timestamp, and sure enough, it showed that it had been sent moments before. I glanced up at Jake again, who was still holding the chips, looking at me with genuine confusion. "This isn't funny," I said, my voice wavering slightly. "You didn't send this." He shook his head again, looking even more puzzled. "No, I swear I didn't. Maybe your phone's glitching or something." I tried to dismiss the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine, telling myself that it was just a mistake. But something in my gut told me otherwise. I couldn't shake the strange sensation that something wasn't right. My hands began to shake slightly as I put my phone back in my pocket, trying to focus on the task at hand. I forced a smile and grabbed a box of cereal from the shelf, trying to push the weirdness to the back of my mind. But the unease lingered. As we moved through the aisles, picking up more items, I kept glancing at Jake. He was still acting completely normal, but I couldn't stop thinking about the text. I found myself staring at him more often, trying to figure out if he was somehow messing with me. But no matter how hard I looked, there was no sign that anything was off. He was just the same Jake I had been married to for years. Yet, the text haunted me. We reached the checkout line, and as Jake unloaded the cart, I pulled my phone out again, staring at the message. I opened the conversation once more, hoping for some clue as to what had happened. I noticed that there was no reply from me in the thread, as if I hadn't responded at all. I quickly typed back, "You're right next to me," hoping to see some sort of response, but there was nothing. I looked up at Jake, who was now paying for the groceries. He didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and I began to wonder if I was just overthinking it. As we walked out of the store and into the parking lot, I tried to push the strange incident from my mind. The air was cool, and the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. Jay carried the bags to the car while I fumbled with my keys, still distracted by the text. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. When we got into the car, I sat in silence for a moment, still lost in thought. Jake turned the key in the ignition and started the engine. "What's going on?" he asked, glancing at me. "You've been quiet ever since we left the store." I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should tell him about the text, but I didn't want to sound paranoid or crazy. "It's nothing," I said, forcing a smile. "Just a weird thing that happened." Jake didn't press me further, but I could tell he was still concerned. The rest of the drive home was quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like we were both in a world where things weren't quite as they seemed. When we got home, I unpacked the groceries and went straight to the kitchen. I grabbed a glass of water, still trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. As I stood by the counter, my phone buzzed again. I picked it up, hoping it was just a random notification, but my heart skipped a beat when I saw the message. It was from Jake again, but this time it read, "I'm not the one next to you." My stomach dropped. I looked over at Jake, who was putting away some of the groceries. He was still standing in the kitchen, right in front of me. I quickly opened the text thread, my hands trembling. The message had been sent only moments ago. I looked back at Jake, and for a brief second, something in his eyes flickered, something unfamiliar and unsettling. He didn't notice my stare, but I couldn't shake the thought that maybe I wasn't talking to the person I thought I was. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as the realization hit me. Story 31. It was one of those late nights at the office when everything felt off. The building was mostly empty, and the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seemed louder than usual. I was seated at my desk, the only sound in the room being the click of my keyboard as I typed away, trying to finish a report that had been sitting on my to-do list for days. The clock on the wall showed it was well past midnight, and I knew I'd be the last one to leave. I had grown used to working late, but tonight something felt different. The air in the office was heavy, as though the stillness was pressing in on me. I glanced around the room, noticing how empty it felt. My colleagues' desks were all abandoned, the chairs pushed back and the computers turned off. I wasn't afraid of the solitude, but the silence felt unsettling. I tried to focus on my work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I turned to glance out the window behind me, hoping the view of the city lights would provide some distraction. The reflection in the glass caught my eye, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw someone standing just behind me. The figure was dark, blending into the shadows of the office. I blinked, my heart skipping a beat, but when I turned around, there was no one there. The room was as empty as it had been when I'd first walked in. I shook my head, trying to brush off the strange feeling that had settled over me. Maybe I was just tired, or my mind was playing tricks on me. I turned back to my computer, determined to finish the report and get out of there. But the sensation of being watched lingered, and I couldn't focus on anything but the feeling that something wasn't right. I tried to shake it off, but as I glanced back at the window, I couldn't help but notice the reflection again. This time, the figure seemed closer, more defined. It was still just a shadow, but I could swear it looked like someone standing behind me, their face barely visible in the glass. My pulse quickened, and I turned around again, this time more abruptly. But once again, there was no one there. The room was empty. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead as I tried to calm my racing heart. I stood up, looking around the room. The office was still, the only movement coming from the flickering of the lights overhead. I could hear my own breath, shallow and uneven, as I tried to make sense of what was happening. My reflection was normal, but it didn't make sense. How could I see someone behind me when no one was in the room? The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I slowly walked toward the window, half expecting to see something lurking in the reflection. I peered into the glass, my heart hammering in my chest. The office behind me was dark and quiet, just as it should be. But there, in the reflection, was something else. It wasn't just my image anymore. There was a figure standing behind me, just like before. It was clearer now, almost as if it were right there with me. I spun around, panic rising in my chest, but once again, there was nothing. The room was empty. My mind was racing, and I could feel my hands trembling as I gripped the edge of the desk for support. This wasn't normal. I had been in this office countless times late at night, and nothing like this had ever happened before. I felt as if the walls were closing in on me, the space around me growing suffocatingly tight. I took a deep breath and forced myself to step away from the window, my eyes darting nervously to every corner of the room. I needed to get out of there. I couldn't stay another minute. But as I reached for my coat and gathered my things, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was watching me, and it wasn't just my reflection. I turned back to the window one last time, half expecting to see the figure again. To my surprise, the reflection was still there, but this time it wasn't just standing behind me. It was moving slowly. The figure in the glass mirrored my every movement, but there was something off about it. It was like I was seeing myself, but not myself. The movements were stiff, jerky, almost mechanical. It was as though my reflection had a mind of its own. I backed away from the window, my heart racing in my chest. I couldn't understand what was happening. Was I seeing things? Was it some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion? I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just tired, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my bag and hurried to the door, but as I reached for the handle, I stopped. In the corner of my eye, I saw something in the reflection, something I hadn't noticed before. The figure in the glass was smiling. It was a twisted, unnatural smile, one that didn't belong to me. My stomach turned, and I quickly spun around to face the empty room. There was no one there. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stood frozen in place, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to leave. I had to get out of that office. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was in the reflection wasn't just a trick of the light. It was something else, something watching me from the other side of the glass. With a burst of panic, I yanked open the door and rushed out of the office. I didn't stop to look back. I couldn't. The image of that twisted reflection stayed with me, lingering in my mind as I made my way out of the building. As I stepped into the cool night air, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the office windows still glowing in the dark. But they were empty, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt a small sense of relief. I wasn't sure what had happened in that office or what I had seen in the reflection, but I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't going back. Story 32. It was a long day at work, and all I wanted was to get home, relax, and forget about the chaos of the office. The sun had just begun to set as I pulled into the driveway, the last remnants of daylight casting long shadows across the yard. As I stepped out of my car, something felt off. The air seemed heavier, thicker than usual, but I brushed it off as just the exhaustion settling in. I fumbled for my keys and walked toward the front door, my mind already thinking about what to make for dinner. When I opened the door, a chill ran down my spine. The house was eerily quiet, too quiet. I closed the door behind me and kicked off my shoes, expecting to hear the familiar hum of the refrigerator or the soft ticking of the clock in the living room. But there was nothing. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I walked into the living room, glancing around for any sign of something out of place, but everything appeared normal. Then, as I turned toward the hallway leading to my bedroom, I noticed something strange. There on the floor was a set of footprints. They were fresh, the dark outline of each step standing out starkly against the polished wood floor. My heart skipped a beat as I took a step closer. The footprints were not mine. They were larger, the soles leaving an imprint I didn't recognize. They started right at the front door and led down the hall, straight toward my bedroom. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing. Who had been here? How did they get in? I checked the locks when I left this morning, and I was certain the door had been secure. My mind raced as I tried to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. The prints didn't look like they had been there long. There was no dust, no smudge marks, just perfectly formed impressions of someone's shoes. I followed the footprints cautiously, my steps tentative as I moved deeper into the house. The hallway was dark, the light from the living room barely reaching the end of it. I reached my bedroom door, and as I opened it, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. The room was just as I had left it this morning. Nothing was disturbed, no sign of forced entry, but the footprints led right up to my bed and stopped. It was as if whoever had walked in simply vanished into thin air. I stood there, staring at the prints. They stopped at the edge of the bed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in here with me. I looked around the room, half expecting to find someone hiding in the shadows, but there was no one. The room was empty, silent. I stepped forward, inspecting the prints more closely. They were not the kind of shoes I would wear, sturdy boots, perhaps with a rough tread, something that would leave an imprint like this. But who would have come into my house and left no other trace? I ran my fingers along the edge of the bed, still unsure of what to make of the situation. The room felt colder now, and I noticed the window was slightly ajar. Had I left it open this morning? I didn't think so, but I couldn't be sure. I walked over to close it, but the feeling of being watched lingered in the air, making my skin crawl. The silence in the house seemed suffocating, as though something was waiting for me to make a move. After closing the window, I turned back toward the door, my eyes scanning the room once more. The footprints were still there, as though they had been carved into the floor, an eerie reminder that something had been here. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to think, but the feeling of unease was growing stronger with each passing second. I decided to check the rest of the house, hoping to find some sign of who had been there. The kitchen was quiet, the dining room untouched. I checked the bathroom, even the closets, but there was no one. The front door was still locked, and the back door hadn't been disturbed. Whoever had left those footprints was no longer in the house. But why had they left the prints in the first place? I called a friend, hoping to make sense of it all. But the moment I heard their voice on the phone, I felt a wave of anxiety rush over me. They couldn't help. No one could. The footprints were the only clue, and they led to nowhere. I was alone in the house, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't really alone at all. The next few hours were a blur. I kept checking the house, looking for any signs of someone having returned, but nothing. The silence grew oppressive, and I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax. The prints were still there, a constant reminder of the mystery that hung over the house. I thought about calling the police, but what could I say? I came home to find footprints in my house, but no one was here. It sounded absurd, even to me. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my eyes red from lack of sleep. The first thing I did was check the hallway. The footprints were still there, as fresh as they had been the night before. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I walked toward them again. The prints had not changed, but something was different. I could feel it in the air, like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I stood there, staring at the footprints, unsure of what to do next. The silence was unbearable, and the feeling of being watched hadn't left. I checked the locks again, but this time I felt like the house itself was closing in on me. There was no sign of anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had left those footprints was still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. Story 33. Every night, without fail, I made sure to lock all the windows before going to bed. It had become a habit, one that I followed without question, knowing that my house wasn't the most secure place. The windows were old and the locks were unreliable, but I didn't mind the extra precaution. I always double-checked them, making sure the house was secure before I turned in for the night. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. That night was no different. I went through my usual routine, checking the windows, locking the back door, and turning off all the lights before heading upstairs to bed. The house was quiet, too quiet. The wind outside was still, and there were no sounds of the usual nocturnal creatures. I settled into bed, the soft rustling of the sheets the only noise in the room. I felt at ease, knowing that everything was locked up tight, and I soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning I woke up to a strange, unsettling feeling. Something didn't seem right. I sat up in bed and immediately noticed that the light streaming through the window was brighter than usual. The curtains were drawn open, which was strange because I was sure I had closed them the night before. I quickly pushed the covers aside and stood up, my feet touching the cold wooden floor. I looked around the room, my eyes scanning for anything out of place. It wasn't until I reached the stairs that I noticed the back door. It was wide open. I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I stared at the door, the hinges creaking in the silence of the morning. How could this have happened? I had locked the door the night before. There was no way I had forgotten, not with how meticulous I had been. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as I stepped closer to the door, my mind racing with possibilities. I slowly walked toward the door, my footsteps quiet on the wooden floor. As I neared it, I could see the faint trail of dirt on the threshold, as though someone had walked in and out. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't remember any visitors. I hadn't invited anyone over, and no one had come to the door last night. I felt a growing sense of dread as I pushed the door open, stepping outside cautiously. The backyard was still, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. The grass was undisturbed, and the garden looked as it always did. But there was a lingering unease that settled over me. Someone had been here, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I scanned the area, looking for any signs of a person or something that might explain what had happened. There was nothing, only the empty expanse of my yard. As I stepped back inside, I heard the faint sound of footsteps. They were coming from somewhere in the house, slow and deliberate. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, echoing through the empty halls. It wasn't the sound of a neighbor or someone outside. It was inside the house. Someone was walking through my home, and I was alone. I crept toward the source of the sound, my mind racing. Who could it be? My hands trembled as I reached for the phone on the kitchen counter, but before I could dial, the footsteps stopped. A heavy silence followed, and I could hear my own breath in the stillness. I held my phone tightly, wondering what to do next. The house felt like a trap, and I was the prey. I moved cautiously toward the living room, peering around the corner. The room was empty, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I checked the other rooms one by one, my pulse quickening with each step. The house was eerily quiet now, the footsteps having stopped as suddenly as they had started. But the sense of unease only grew stronger. Whoever had been here was still somewhere inside, hiding, watching. I returned to the back door, checking it once more to make sure it was closed. It was, but the locks had been tampered with. I could see faint scratch marks on the wood where someone had tried to force it open. It was as though they had been trying to break in but had been interrupted. The realization hit me like a wave. I wasn't alone in the house. Someone had been here, and they had left a mark on everything they touched. I ran through the house, checking every window, every lock. I found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been inside other than the open door and the muddy prints on the floor. The house felt too quiet, too still. I was certain I had heard footsteps, and I was sure I hadn't imagined it. I wasn't the type of person to jump to conclusions, but something about this felt real. I called the police, explaining what had happened. They arrived quickly, but by the time they searched the house, they found nothing. No signs of anyone breaking in, no fingerprints, no evidence of an intruder. It was as though the person had vanished without a trace. The officers reassured me that it was likely just a mistake, maybe a draft that had caused the door to open on its own, or some other explanation. But I didn't buy it. Something wasn't right. As the police left, I sat in my living room, trying to make sense of it all. I had locked the doors, checked the windows, and yet someone had entered my home. The fear still clung to me like a shadow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The silence of the house was oppressive, and I couldn't help but wonder who had been walking through it, and why. I had always thought my house was safe, but now it felt like it was anything but. That night, I locked every window, bolted every door, and checked every lock once again. But the sense of unease never left. I lay in bed, listening to the silence of the house, wondering if the footsteps would return. And as the hours passed, I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't alone anymore. Story 34. It was late when I received the text from my best friend, Emily. I had been curled up on the couch, trying to unwind after a long day, when my phone buzzed with the notification. The message was short and strange: "Don't open the door." I frowned, puzzled, and immediately typed back, "Why? What's going on?" The reply came almost instantly, and it made my blood run cold. "I'm inside and I'm not the one knocking." I stared at the screen, my fingers frozen above the keyboard. Emily and I had been friends for years, and there was no way she was joking about something like this. I quickly glanced around my apartment, feeling the quiet weight of the night pressing in on me. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the low whir of the ceiling fan above. I was alone, no one else should have been here. My heart began to race as I thought about the implications of her message. I texted Emily back, my hands shaking as I typed, "What do you mean? Who's knocking?" I held my breath, waiting for a response. Seconds felt like hours as I stared at the screen, but no new message came through. Instead, I heard a faint, rhythmic knock at my front door. Knock, 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 knock. The sound echoed through the apartment, jarring and persistent. My heart leaped in my chest as I turned to face the door. No one had been there when I last checked. Who could it be? I stood frozen, staring at the door, trying to steady my breath. The knocking continued, louder now, and it was coming from just beyond the doorframe. I had no idea who could be on the other side, and the thought of opening the door was suddenly terrifying. But then my phone buzzed again. I quickly picked it up, hoping for some reassurance from Emily. The text that appeared on the screen was short, but it made my stomach drop. "Whatever you do, don't open it." I was paralyzed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. I knew Emily wouldn't joke about something like this. We had been through enough together for me to trust her, but this was different. The knocking continued, insistent and unnerving. It felt as though whoever was on the other side of the door was waiting for me to do something, anything. My pulse quickened as I thought about what could be on the other side. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. A strange silence filled the apartment, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But then I heard a faint shuffling sound, followed by the unmistakable creak of the floorboards just outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. I slowly backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the room. The air felt heavy, thick with tension, as though something was watching me. I looked at my phone again, desperate for any new messages from Emily, but there was nothing. Just the same eerie silence. I was about to text her again when I heard a voice, a low whisper, just on the other side of the door. It wasn't Emily's voice. It was deep, gravelly, and unfamiliar. The words were muffled, but I could make out a few fragments. "Let me in, please. It's so cold out here." I recoiled, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't normal. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I knew I had to stay away from the door. I backed into the corner of the living room, clutching my phone tightly in my hand. I was shaking, my thoughts spinning. I had to call someone, call the police, anyone. But before I could make a move, the voice spoke again, clearer this time. "I'm waiting. Don't make me wait too long." I froze, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. My mind raced. Was this some sort of sick prank? Was it someone trying to break in? Or was it something else entirely? I didn't know what to do. Every instinct told me to call the police, but something kept me rooted in place. The fear that gripped me was overwhelming, and I felt trapped. The voice outside the door was growing more urgent now, the words more pleading. "Please, I need to come inside, let me in." It sounded so real, so desperate, that for a moment, I almost considered opening the door. Almost. Just then my phone buzzed again, breaking through the suffocating silence. I snatched it up, praying it was Emily. But as I read the message, I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. It wasn't from Emily. It was from an unknown number, and the message simply read, "You should have opened the door." My heart stopped. I stared at the screen, unable to move. I felt as though the walls were closing in around me, the air growing thick and suffocating. I glanced back at the door, my mind racing. The knocking had started again, but this time it was louder, more forceful. Knock, knock, knock. The sound rattled the door frame, and I could feel the vibrations in my chest. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was no use. The fear was overwhelming. I glanced at my phone one more time, desperately hoping for a new message from Emily. Instead, I saw that she had called. I quickly hit the call back button, my hands trembling as I brought the phone to my ear. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Then, the line clicked, and I heard Emily's voice. But it wasn't the voice I was expecting. It was the voice from outside the door. "I told you not to open it," she whispered. The world around me seemed to collapse in on itself as I stood frozen in terror. The voice continued, low and menacing, "Now you're going to wish you had listened." The knocking outside the door grew louder, more frantic. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I realized the terrifying truth. Whatever was on the other side of that door was not Emily, and it wasn't human. Story 35. I woke up that morning to the usual quiet hum of the city outside my apartment. The sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a soft glow across the room. As I stretched and yawned, I noticed something unusual on my kitchen counter. A small, shiny key was resting there, placed carefully in the middle of the counter as though someone had left it for me. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the key. I hadn't seen it before, and I couldn't remember anyone giving it to me. I had moved into the apartment a few months ago, and I was certain that I had only ever received one key from the landlord. I walked over to the counter, picked up the key, and turned it over in my hand, hoping for some sort of clue. But there was nothing, just a small, ordinary key with no markings, no labels, nothing that indicated where it belonged. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to remember if I had lost my key recently, or if I had misplaced it, but nothing came to mind. I had been careful with my things, and there was no reason for me to have a spare key lying around. I glanced around the apartment, wondering if someone had been inside while I was asleep, but everything seemed normal. The windows were locked, the door was shut, and there was no sign of anything out of place. Curiosity gnawed at me. I walked over to the front door, holding the key in my hand, wondering if it would fit. I inserted the key into the lock, and to my surprise, it turned smoothly. The door creaked open with ease, as if it had been unlocked all along. I stepped back, staring at the door in disbelief. It was the same door I had locked the night before, and yet here I was, holding a key that fit perfectly, as though it had always belonged to it. I shook my head, trying to make sense of what was happening. The idea that someone had made a copy of my key without me knowing was unsettling, but even more disturbing was the thought that someone had access to my apartment without my permission. But who would do that? And why would they leave a key on my kitchen counter, as if to taunt me? The questions swirled in my mind, but there were no answers. I decided to call my landlord to ask about the key, though I wasn't sure what to expect. Maybe they had given me a spare key without mentioning it, or perhaps there was some logical explanation I hadn't thought of. When the landlord answered, I explained the situation, and there was a long pause on the other end of the line. "I haven't given anyone a new key," they said, their voice flat and cautious. "And I certainly didn't leave one at your apartment." I felt a chill run down my spine. "So you're saying no one else has access to my apartment?" "That's right," the landlord replied. "You're the only one with a key, as far as I know." I thanked them and hung up, feeling even more uneasy than before. The fact that the landlord had no explanation made the situation even more unsettling. If they hadn't left the key, then who had? And how had they gotten inside? I thought back to the past few days, trying to remember if anything strange had happened, but nothing stood out. There were no unusual visitors, no signs of forced entry. Everything had seemed perfectly normal. I decided to check the rest of the apartment to see if anything else had been tampered with. I walked through each room, opening cabinets and drawers, looking for any signs that someone had been there. But everything appeared untouched. The furniture was in the same place, the items on the shelves were exactly where I had left them. There was no sign that anyone had broken in, and yet the key was still there, on my kitchen counter, a constant reminder that something wasn't right. I walked back to the door, staring at the lock. How had it opened so easily? Had someone been able to duplicate my key without me knowing? I tried to push the thought out of my mind, but it lingered like a shadow that wouldn't go away. I looked at the key again, its smooth surface reflecting the light. It didn't look special, nothing about it stood out, but it felt like a part of something much bigger, something I couldn't understand. As the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I passed the door, I would glance at the lock, wondering if it would open on its own. The key had left me feeling vulnerable, as if I was no longer in control of my own space. I tried to go about my day, but my mind kept returning to the key. Who had left it? And why? That night, I locked the door as usual and went to bed, trying to ignore the sense of unease that had settled over me. I kept the key on my nightstand, just in case. As I lay there in the dark, I listened to the sounds of the city outside, distant traffic, the occasional siren, the soft rustle of the wind against the windows. Everything seemed normal, but the weight of the key in my hand felt heavy, like a reminder that something was wrong. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps were faint, almost like they were coming from the hallway outside my door. I listened intently, my breath held, waiting for the sound to stop. But it didn't. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving closer to my door. I reached for the key on my nightstand, clutching it tightly in my hand. The footsteps grew louder, and I could hear the faint sound of a door creaking open. My mind raced, but I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. The only thing I could do was listen as the footsteps came closer, until they were right outside my bedroom door. And then, just as suddenly as they had started, the footsteps stopped. Silence filled the apartment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The key in my hand seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if it was calling me to do something, to open the door and face whatever was on the other side. but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I sat in the darkness, my heart racing, wondering if the key would hold the answers, or if it would lead me into something far more dangerous than I could imagine. Story 36. The first photo arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, completely out of the blue. I was sitting at my kitchen table, sipping coffee, when I noticed the message notification on my phone. The sender was an unknown number, but the subject line caught my attention: niece house. Hesitantly, I opened the message, only to find a photo of my house, taken from across the street. The angle was familiar, almost as if the person had been standing on the sidewalk staring at my front door. My heart skipped a beat as I examined the photo, noticing that nothing seemed out of place except for the unsettling realization that someone had been watching me. I stared at the image for a long time, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. Who would send me a photo like this, and why? I immediately checked the locks on all the doors and windows, my pulse quickening. Everything was secure, but the thought of someone being outside watching me made me feel exposed. I tried to brush it off as a prank, maybe some random person who had the wrong idea, but the feeling of unease lingered. I deleted the message, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. The next day, another photo arrived. This one was different. It was taken from a higher angle, as though the person had been standing on a neighboring roof. It showed my backyard, the small shed in the corner, and the garden I had just planted. The image was so clear, so detailed, that it made my stomach turn. How had they gotten such a good shot? I didn't see anyone when I went outside that morning. I checked the perimeter of my yard again, but there was no sign of anyone. Still, the sensation of being watched crept in, tightening its grip around me. I considered calling the police, but I wasn't sure what to tell them. I had no evidence that anyone had broken into my home or was lurking around my property. All I had were these photos, and they could be dismissed as harmless, right? But the more I thought about it, the more the photos started to feel like a message, like someone was making sure I knew they were watching. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being targeted. I couldn't just ignore it. Then, late that night, a third photo came through. This one was different from the others. It was taken from behind my bedroom window. The photo was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside. I could see my bedroom clearly, the bed I had just made, the dresser with my clothes neatly folded. And in the corner of the image, just barely visible in the darkness, was the faint outline of someone standing outside the window. My breath caught in my throat. I immediately grabbed my phone and checked the window, but it was empty. The figure, if it was even real, was gone. But the photo was clear. Someone had been right outside my bedroom, watching me while I slept. I felt the walls closing in. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't focus. I spent the entire night staring at the photo, unable to shake the feeling that whoever had taken it was still out there, lurking in the shadows. The idea of someone being so close to my private space, watching me in my most vulnerable moments, was terrifying. I couldn't shake the thought that I was no longer safe in my own home. The next morning I called the police. I explained everything: the photos, the feeling of being watched, the sense of growing fear. They took my report seriously, but there wasn't much they could do without any concrete evidence. They advised me to keep my doors and windows locked, to install cameras if I could, and to call them if I saw anything suspicious. But the lack of any real leads left me feeling helpless. The photos kept coming, one after another, each one more disturbing than the last. By the end of the week, I had received at least 5 more photos. Each one was taken from a different angle, showing parts of my house I hadn't even realized were visible from the outside. The most unsettling part was how each photo seemed to be taken at different times of the day, morning, afternoon, and evening. Whoever was watching me knew my schedule, knew when I was home and when I wasn't. I couldn't understand how they'd gotten so close without me noticing. The idea that someone was always there, watching from the shadows, was unbearable. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I bought a set of security cameras and installed them around the perimeter of my house, focusing especially on the areas where the photos had been taken. I also made sure to double-check the locks on every door and window. I wasn't sure if it would help, but it made me feel a little safer, knowing I was taking action. I stayed up late that night, watching the footage from the cameras, but nothing unusual happened. The next day, however, I found another photo waiting for me in my inbox. This one was different. It wasn't a photo of my house. It was a photo of me. I was standing in my kitchen, making a cup of coffee, completely unaware of the camera. The image was taken through the window, just like the others, but this time I could clearly see the reflection of someone in the glass. The figure was blurred, but it was unmistakable. They had been there, watching me. My heart dropped into my stomach as I realized just how close this person had gotten. I didn't know what to do anymore. I had done everything I could think of to protect myself, but it wasn't enough. The photos kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. Whoever was behind this knew things about me that no one should know. I couldn't escape the feeling that they were always watching, always waiting for the right moment to make their move. That night I slept with a baseball bat by my side, the security cameras running, and every light in the house on. I wasn't sure if it would make a difference, but it was the only way I could feel even a little bit safe. As the hours ticked by, I waited for something to happen, but the silence of the night pressed in around me, thick and suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that, no matter what I did, they were still out there watching. Story 37. I woke up with a sense of unease, the kind of feeling that lingers when you've had a restless night. But as I blinked my eyes open, I realized something was wrong. My room didn't look the way I remembered it. The furniture was shifted. My couch was no longer against the wall where I always placed it. Instead, it was facing the opposite direction, closer to the window. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the confusion, but as I stood up and looked around, the entire apartment felt different. It was as though someone had come in and rearranged everything while I slept. I slowly walked through the apartment, each step making my heart race faster. The kitchen was just as disorienting. My dining table, which I had left cluttered with a few dishes from breakfast, was now wiped clean, with a single glass of water sitting neatly in the center. The chairs had been moved too, angled in a way that made the room feel foreign. I checked the rest of the apartment, my breath growing more shallow with each room I entered. My bed had been made, the covers perfectly smooth as if I had never even slept in it. Everything was exactly as it had been that morning when I left for work, except for the fact that it had been moved around. I ran my hands over the furniture, feeling the oddness of it all. I knew I hadn't done it. I never would. My apartment was always tidy, but not to the point of obsessiveness. I didn't rearrange things for no reason. And yet, there I was, standing in a space that felt like mine, but also completely unfamiliar. I checked the windows, making sure they were locked, but everything seemed secure. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence that someone had broken in. I even checked the locks on the doors. Nothing had been tampered with. It was as though the rearrangement had happened while I was away, but I couldn't understand how or why. The strangest part was that nothing was missing. All of my belongings were still there. My books, my clothes, my electronics, everything was in its place, just moved around. But the more I looked at it, the more unsettling it became. There was something deeply unsettling about the way the room had been reassembled. It felt like someone had been here, someone who knew exactly how I lived, someone who had watched me and understood my habits. But there was no trace of them. No footprints in the dust, no fingerprints on the furniture. Just an eerie sense of displacement, as if I had returned to a place that no longer felt like my own. I checked my phone, half expecting a message or a call from a friend who might have had a key, maybe playing a prank on me. But there was nothing. No missed calls, no texts. I tried to shake off the panic creeping in, but the more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Who could have done this? How could they have come and gone without leaving a single sign? It didn't make sense. I spent the next hour retracing my steps, trying to recall what had happened before I left that morning. I remembered leaving for work in a rush, grabbing my things, locking the door behind me. I had been so caught up in the stress of the day that I hadn't noticed anything unusual on my way out. I had been gone for several hours, but even so, the thought that someone had been in my apartment, moving everything around, was almost too much to bear. I wondered if I had left something unlocked, but the more I thought about it, the more certain I was that I had been careful. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without me noticing. As the hours passed, the strange feeling in my chest grew. It wasn't just the rearranged furniture, it was the sense that something else was wrong. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was as though the entire atmosphere in the apartment had shifted. I felt like I was being watched, like there was something in the air that wasn't quite right. Every creak of the floorboards, every faint sound from the other rooms made me jump. I checked the locks again, convinced that someone might still be inside, but everything was secure. I tried to call my landlord, hoping for some explanation. Maybe there had been maintenance work done in the building while I was away. But when I called, there was no answer. I left a message, but the unease gnawed at me as I waited for a return call that never came. I spent the rest of the evening sitting on the couch, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the apartment. It was like the space itself had become an entity, watching me, waiting for something. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of the rearranged furniture, the kitchen table with the glass of water sitting perfectly in the middle. The sound of footsteps echoed in my mind, though I hadn't heard anything at all. I finally gave in to the fear and decided to stay up, pacing the apartment in an attempt to calm myself. I had no idea what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure: something wasn't right. This wasn't just a case of someone playing a prank on me. Whoever or whatever had been in my apartment had a purpose, and I had a feeling that whatever it wasn't finished yet. The next day, I made the decision to call the police. I needed answers. When they arrived, they combed through the apartment, taking photos and asking questions, but they didn't find anything unusual. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints. Everything seemed perfectly normal to them. They offered to patrol the area more frequently, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. It was as if the rearranged furniture was a clue, a message that I wasn't able to decode. I had no answers, only more questions. And as I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but wonder if I was ever going to feel safe in my apartment again. Story 38. It was a quiet evening. The kind of night where the air was still and the streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement. I had just finished a long day at work and was looking forward to the short walk home. The streets were mostly empty, save for the occasional car passing by. As I walked along, my mind wandered, thinking about the mundane tasks I had to tackle when I got home. But then, Something caught my attention, a subtle sound that seemed to match my footsteps. I paused for a moment, my senses suddenly alert. The sound was too synchronized to be a coincidence. I took another step, and sure enough, the footsteps behind me followed in perfect rhythm. I quickened my pace, and so did they. My heart started to race as the eerie sensation of being followed began to settle in. I glanced over my shoulder, trying to catch a glimpse of the person behind me, but all I could see was a dark figure, the outline of their body faint under the streetlights. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was overreacting. Maybe it was just someone out for a walk, someone heading in the same direction. But the longer I walked, the more unsettling it became. Every time I slowed down, the footsteps behind me would slow down as well. It felt deliberate, like someone was matching my every move. My skin prickled with unease, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. At this point, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I turned around abruptly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever was following me. As soon as I faced them, the footsteps stopped. The person froze in place, their figure just a few feet behind me. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make out any distinguishing features, but the person was shrouded in darkness. Their face was completely obscured by a hood, the fabric hanging low enough to conceal any details. I couldn't even tell if they were looking at me. I stood there for a few seconds, my heart pounding in my chest. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get away as fast as possible. But something held me in place, some mixture of curiosity and fear that kept me rooted to the spot. The person didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there in silence. It was as if they were waiting for me to make the next move. I forced myself to take a step back, my eyes never leaving the figure. They remained perfectly still, and I couldn't help but feel like I was staring into an abyss. There was something unnatural about the way they stood, as if they weren't quite human, or maybe they were simply waiting for me to do something, anything. The longer I looked at them, the more disoriented I felt. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like time had slowed down. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to sound calm. There was no answer. The figure remained silent, unmoving. I took another step back, this time more cautiously. I didn't know what to expect, but I couldn't stay here any longer. The fear that had been building in my chest now felt suffocating, and I couldn't shake the sense that something terrible was about to happen. Without waiting for a response, I turned around and started walking briskly down the street. My mind raced, my eyes darting around, trying to keep track of the figure behind me. I didn't hear the footsteps anymore, but that didn't mean they weren't there. I could still feel their presence, the weight of their gaze on my back. It was as if they were following me from a distance, but always just out of sight. I picked up the pace, almost breaking into a jog. My apartment was only a few blocks away, but with every step I took, the fear grew stronger. I couldn't shake the image of the person standing in the street, their face hidden by the dark hood. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see them closing the gap between us, but there was nothing. The street was empty now, and the only sound was the rush of my own breath. I reached my apartment building in what felt like no time at all, the door finally in sight. I rushed inside, fumbling with my keys as I tried to unlock the door. My hands were shaking, and my heart was still racing. When I finally managed to get the door open, I slammed it shut behind me, leaning against it for support. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I stood there for a few moments, listening intently, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no strange noises, just the sound of my own breathing. It didn't make sense. The figure had disappeared the moment I entered the building, but the fear hadn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. I locked the door and double-checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. But even as I did, a thought lingered in the back of my mind. What if they had followed me inside? What if they were already here, watching me from the darkness of the hallway or from behind the curtains? I tried to push the thought away, but it clung to me, a constant presence in my mind. I sat down on the couch, my hands still trembling as I tried to process what had happened. Who was that person? Why had they been following me? And why had they stopped when I turned around? It didn't make any sense. I didn't know what to make of it. But one thing was clear: I wasn't going to feel safe walking down the street again anytime soon. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every creak of the floorboards, every shift of the shadows seemed to hold something sinister. I kept telling myself that I was just being paranoid, that it was all in my head. But deep down, I knew something had changed. That figure was still out there, and I wasn't sure when they would come back. Story 39. I had just returned from a week-long trip, eager to relax in the comfort of my own home. As I approached my front door, I noticed something unusual. The door was unlocked. My heart skipped a beat. I always made sure to double-check the locks before leaving, and yet, here I was staring at an entryway that had clearly been opened while I was away. I cautiously stepped inside, taking in the familiar scent of my apartment. At first glance, everything appeared to be as I had left it. The furniture was in its place, the kitchen counters were clean, and there were no signs of a break-in. But something felt off, like a subtle shift in the air, a slight discomfort that I couldn't quite place. I walked further into the living room, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes scanned the room, landing on my bookshelf. It was a small, wooden shelf filled with the novels and trinkets I had collected over the years. My favorite book, a worn copy of an old mystery novel, was always front and center, a constant companion in my free time. But as I approached the shelf, I noticed that it was gone. The space where it had always sat was now empty, leaving a noticeable gap among the other books. A wave of confusion washed over me. I hadn't loaned the book to anyone, nor had I ever mentioned it to anyone who might be interested in borrowing it. The idea that someone had entered my home and taken it felt unsettling. My mind raced through possibilities, but nothing made sense. Had I misplaced it? Could I have forgotten to pack it when I left? But no, I was certain it had been on that shelf when I left for my trip. I checked the rest of the apartment, opening drawers and closets, hoping to find some clue as to where the book had gone. But there was no sign of it anywhere. It wasn't like I had a lot of books, just a small collection, each one holding some personal meaning. The absence of my favorite book felt more significant than it should have. It was as though someone had deliberately taken it, and that thought sent a chill down my spine. I sat down on the couch, trying to collect my thoughts. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had ransacked the place. It seemed as if the person who had been inside knew exactly what they were looking for. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like someone had been in my home while I was away, had carefully searched through my things, and had taken only one item, the book. Why? I decided to check my phone for any missed messages or notifications, hoping that something might offer an explanation. But there was nothing out of the ordinary. No missed calls, no texts from friends or family, nothing to suggest that anyone had been in touch with me during my trip. The only thing that felt off was the missing book. It didn't make sense. I went to the front door and locked it again, trying to reassure myself that everything was fine. I had never been the type to believe in conspiracy theories or paranormal activity, but the thought that someone had been in my home, moving through my things, left me feeling uneasy. I wondered if I had somehow overlooked something. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door, or perhaps the wind had blown it open. But that didn't explain the missing book. I tried to distract myself by unpacking my suitcase, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the empty space on the shelf. It was as if the book's absence was a message, a sign that something wasn't quite right. My mind began to race, trying to come up with explanations. Could someone have broken in, taken the book, and left without leaving a trace? It seemed unlikely. The place was too small for someone to move around unnoticed, especially with my neighbors just a few feet away. After a while, I decided to check the locks on the windows. I had always been cautious about security, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my home while I was away. I ran my fingers along the edges of the windows, checking for any signs that they had been tampered with. They were all locked, just as I had left them, but the nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. The door had been unlocked, and my favorite book was missing. Something wasn't adding up. I spent the rest of the evening pacing around the apartment, unable to shake the unease that had settled over me. I kept glancing at the bookshelf, expecting the book to magically reappear, but it never did. The longer I thought about it, the more I realized that I wasn't just upset about the missing book. It was the violation of my space, the feeling that someone had been here, that made me feel so uncomfortable. I didn't know who had done it, or why, but I knew I had to get to the bottom of it. The next day, I went to the local library to pick up a new book, trying to distract myself from the strange occurrence. As I walked through the aisles, my mind kept drifting back to my apartment. The missing book haunted me, its absence weighing on my thoughts. I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, or worse, to see a familiar face in the crowd. But there was nothing. When I returned home later that afternoon, I immediately went to the bookshelf again. I don't know why, but I felt the urge to check, as if the book might somehow reappear. But it was still gone. My mind raced, trying to figure out who could have done this. Had someone been watching me? Did I have a stalker? The thought seemed absurd, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt like the only explanation. As I stood there, lost in thought, I heard a faint sound, a soft rustling noise coming from behind the bookshelf. My heart skipped a beat. I slowly turned toward the shelf, holding my breath, wondering if I had imagined it. The sound came again, this time louder, and I quickly pulled the books off the shelf, my hands shaking. To my surprise, there, behind the bookshelf, was a small, hidden compartment. My pulse quickened as I reached inside, my fingers brushing against something cold. When I pulled it out, my breath caught in my throat. It was my favorite book, the one that had been missing. But now there was something different about it. The pages were slightly torn and the cover was scuffed, as if someone had handled it carelessly. I couldn't believe it. The book had been right under my nose the whole time. But who had put it there, and why? The questions only grew, and the unsettling feeling lingered, leaving me with more doubts than answers. Story 40. I had lived in the same apartment for years, the kind of place that became a second home over time. It was cozy, with a view of the city that never seemed to get old. I had unpacked and settled in long ago, but every now and then I'd find myself cleaning spaces that hadn't seen attention in months or even years. One Saturday afternoon, as I was cleaning out the attic, I stumbled across an old, dusty diary tucked away in a corner behind some forgotten boxes. Its leather cover was worn, and it had a strange, almost unsettling weight to it. Curiosity got the better of me, and I carefully opened the diary. The pages inside were yellowed with age, and the ink was faded, but still legible. I could tell it hadn't been touched in a long time, possibly decades. As I flipped through the pages, I came across the first entry, dated many years ago. My eyes skimmed over the words, and my breath caught in my throat. It read, "I'm watching you sleep." A chill ran down my spine as I reread the sentence. It was a simple statement, but it sent a wave of unease through me. Who had written this? And more disturbingly, who had been watching me sleep? I felt a tightness in my chest as I continued to read the entry. It described in eerie detail the feeling of someone watching, the sound of quiet breathing, and the cold presence that lingered at the edge of the writer's consciousness as they slept. The entry was filled with fear, as though the writer knew they were being watched but couldn't see who was there. I paused for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The attic was quiet, save for the sound of my breathing. The house felt still, too still. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. I shook off the thought, telling myself it was just a silly diary, likely written by someone from long ago. But the words kept echoing in my mind, and I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling they had left behind. The next few pages were filled with similar entries, each one more disturbing than the last. The writer spoke of strange noises in the night, things being moved around when they weren't looking, and the constant sense of being followed. The entries grew increasingly erratic, the handwriting more frantic, as if the writer was losing their grip on reality. In one particularly unsettling entry, the writer mentioned waking up in the middle of the night to find their bed covers twisted, as though someone had been lying there beside them. As I read on, I couldn't help but wonder about the person who had written this diary. Were they still alive? And if they were, did they still live in the apartment? The thought made my skin crawl. I had always felt safe in my apartment, but now the familiar walls seemed to close in on me. The idea that someone might have been in my space, watching me without my knowledge, was enough to make my heart race. I closed the diary, my hands trembling, and sat there in the attic for a few moments, trying to gather my thoughts. The silence in the apartment felt oppressive, and I felt an overwhelming urge to leave the attic. But before I could move, I noticed something strange. The attic door, which I had clearly shut when I came up, was slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed it before, and now it seemed as though it was open just a crack, as if someone had been standing on the other side, watching me. I quickly got up, my pulse quickening, and closed the door behind me, locking it tightly. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease as I made my way back downstairs, but the thought of the diary lingered in my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the chilling words in the diary. "I'm watching you sleep." The thought that someone had been watching me, perhaps even while I was in bed, sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to dismiss it as just an old, creepy diary, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't explain the strange things that had been happening in my apartment lately. I had always dismissed the little oddities, the creaks in the floorboards, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. But now, those things felt much more significant. Could it be that someone had been living here before me, or had the previous tenant left behind something that had stayed in the apartment long after they were gone? The more I thought about it, the more I felt as though something was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Over the next few days, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of unease. I checked the apartment, looking for any signs of someone else being there, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything seemed as it should be. Still, the strange feeling lingered, and I couldn't help but wonder if the diary was somehow connected to the strange occurrences in my life. I even considered the possibility that the writer had left behind some sort of warning, a warning that I had ignored. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. I had been having a nightmare, but it wasn't just any nightmare. It was the feeling of someone standing in my room, watching me. I lay still in bed, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to convince myself it was just a dream. But then, I heard it. A faint rustling sound, as if someone was moving around in the darkness. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound stopped, and for a moment everything was still. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I got out of bed and turned on the lights, but there was no one there. My apartment was empty, as it should be. But the words from the diary echoed in my mind. "I'm watching you sleep." I knew then that I wasn't imagining things. Something was in my apartment, something that had been there long before I moved in, and it was watching me.